Unified School District Board meeting is tonight. The board met in closed session at 5:30 and took no action. Let's see. We have our Pledge of Allegiance. Do we have Lauren on yet?
She's not connected yet.
Okay, let's proceed with the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
Sorry, I don't have the PowerPoint ready.
Okay.
Can we proceed, Kim?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda for this evening as written?
So moved.
Thank you, Mary Beth.
I'll second.
Thank you, Sophia. All in favor?
It's a roll call.
It's a roll call for everyone. Aye.
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 And do we have Lizette connected?
I believe she's on, but potentially muted.
I think she might be one of the attendees.
Yeah. So it'll give just a sec.
Sure.
We can invite.
Sorry, I should have checked that with Rosie first.
Okay. There. Did Lizette say aye, I think? Heard
I
her.
did, thank you.
Thank you so much. Motion passes. So tonight's an exciting night. We have a number of special recognitions. I believe we have our principal, John Nazar, to acknowledge a number of people.
Hi, John.
Hello, how are you doing? Or am I on right now or?
Yes, you are now. We can see you now.
Okay. See, is that better?
Yes.
All right. I feel this is obviously one of the great events. It's my opportunity to, in the next few days, recognize all of our graduating seniors. I do have to let everyone know that we have spent a lot of time preparing for which I think is going to be an extremely respectful, thoughtful, and a great recognition for all of our seniors. Tonight, though, I get the distinct honor of recognizing 3 of our finest graduating seniors. And the young people I'll be speaking for today represent our student body so well. I think they're indicative of what Half Moon Bay High School is about. I think it's a school where kids really value their education, but they also value kindness. I think they value working together and supporting one another. And I think we've seen that extensively since even the COVID. So I'm going to make our presentation tonight of our salutatorian and our valedictorians for this year. So it's really something that just warms my heart. So the class salutatorian is recognized as the student earning the second highest marks in a graduating class, only behind the valedictorian. The person earning this esteemed title gives the first speech at graduation representing the entire senior class. The amount of effort, dedication, intelligence, and pure grit to earn the honor of salutatorian is remarkable. It is my honor to announce the 2020 salutatorian for Half Moon Bay High School as Calvin George. Calvin has a GPA well over 4.0 and has never earned less than an A in any class at Half Moon Bay High School. He is a 4-year member of our outstanding marching band and has played the trumpet for 2 years in our jazz ensemble. Additionally, Calvin was a powerful influence and prosecutor for our mock trial team and is an incredibly kind young man with a gentle sense of humor. Calvin will be attending Dartmouth University in the fall. Congratulations, Calvin, on an incredible performance through those 4 years. We're all very proud of you. I will now present the valedictorians. The valedictorian is the student who not only represents the entire graduating class as the top academic student, but is also a person who is respected by his or her peers in many ways. Earning the valedictorian is not only an extremely high honor, it comes with the opportunity to deliver the senior farewell or valedictory speech at graduation. This year, we had two students tied for the honor, so we have co-valedictorians. Our co-valedictorians for 2020 are Eve Kearns and Lucas Solinero. Both Luke and Eve have earned an A in every class they have taken at Half Moon Bay High School, and they have taken almost every advanced placement and advanced course we offer. They're both extremely kind, thoughtful, and caring people who will help our nation thrive in the future. Eve is passionate about swimming. She swims for both the Burlingame Aquatic Club and Half Moon Bay High School swim teams. She has qualified for sectionals, Far Westerns, CCS, and other high-level swim meets, and has won the Coaches Award for swim as well. She was in the Spanish immersion program since 2010 and is fluent in that language. Eve has won numerous departmental awards during her time at Half Moon Bay High School. Eve will be attending Washington University in St. Louis in the fall, where she will study biology. Luke was a dynamic member of the jazz ensemble for the past 2 years and was a member of the California Scholarship Federation, Paleontology Club, Aviation Club, Physics Club, and Astronomy Club. He was also a member of our high school spring musical. Additionally, he participated in video game development with Sledgehammer Games and is a member of the National Honor Society. Lucas will be studying computer science next year in college. These 3 young individuals are the type of people I feel so good about our future as a nation and, of course, our community. They are respectful, they are thoughtful, they are caring, and I think they represent the very best about what Half Moon Bay can offer. So my congratulations, Calvin, Luke, and Eve. A job incredibly well done.
Thank you, Mr. Nazar.
Yay, good job.
Congratulations, everybody.
Congratulations.
Are Eve and Calvin there too, that we can bring them on to see as well? I see Eve's dad on there.
Yeah, but I don't see Eve's connected.
Is she on her dad's? No, you don't know. Okay.
We don't know.
Try your dad.
Well, they're probably all home together. Not like she went out or something. She's got to be on.
Oh, there
with her
she
dad.
is.
Congratulations to all of you.
Congratulations.
There she is.
There.
Thank you.
Congratulations, you guys. It's a
All right,
crazy
let's
time in the
go.
world, but you give us hope that you're going to help make it, an even better place. You're going to be rock stars.
Is Calvin on it or no? No, Calvin.
No, no Calvin.
Okay.
Well, thank
Thank
you
you
so
so-
much.
I was just going to say the same thing. Thank you so much, and congratulations on your achievements, and good luck on your next steps. That's phenomenal hearing about all you've done during your time here from Mr. Nazar, and also looking at what your interests are in the future.
We're proud that you'll be representing Half Moon Bay High School as you go out into the world. So you did us proud. Awesome job.
Yeah.
Yay.
Mhm.
Well, this actually brings us to the recognition of the Half Moon Bay High School graduation. Did you have more, John, that you wanted to say this evening?
Well, I'm not sure what else I could say, but I do invite everybody to witness. So what we're going to be doing, just so everyone knows, on Monday, Eve and Lucas and Calvin will be coming to the school. They're going to be recording their speeches. I'm going to record my speech. All the speeches we're going to be doing is we're going to be recording and be filmed. Then on Tuesday and Wednesday of next week, we're going to be having individual kids, all of our graduates, individually coming up with their family. They'll be socially spaced and given a specific time. They'll be coming up to the high school. We have a series of stations. They will walk across the stage at the high school that is fully decorated, that looks like it's always done. They will receive their diploma. It will be filmed and recorded by a professional that will record that. I will be at the following station to give individual congratulations to each of our graduates. And then they will go to the station where the graduation committee, instead of spending the money on a grad night, because they can't do that, they have a gift for every one of our graduates. So they'll be receiving a nice gift. And then our PTO will also have a station where they'll receive some edible treats individually wrapped for them. And then after all this is done, it's been fully filmed and recorded. And then what will happen is over the next day or two after that, it'll be edited. And then we're going to televise it on our NAH, I forget the name of the network that we use for our sports, where everyone can, it'll be live, it'll be streamed. And then it also will be available to purchase. So I think it's going to be something really, really cool. And of course, for all of you that if you have not yet been up to the high school, some of our alumni have purchased and placed a yard sign with each graduate's picture and name, and it runs all the way up Lewis Foster. We're going to be allowing the students to take those now and take them home and put them in their yard in recognition of a job well done, because we are so proud. And I'm just, I would love to be there in our traditional way, because, I've been with these students all their way through the high school, and I truly just admire this class of students, and they mean a lot to me. And I just feel very confident about what this group of people will be able to do for our community, our state, and our nation. I feel very secure that we have some very thoughtful people going to be eventually taking over leadership for many parts of our country. So I'm really excited.
Thank you so much, John.
I see the Calvin just joined. Should I move him to the
Oh,
panelist?
please do. Please do.
Yeah, if you could recognize Calvin. Calvin is just an amazing young man, just like Luke, and Eve is a young lady. I mean, these are just amazing young people.
Calvin, can you hear us? I think you're muted.
Yes, I can.
Thank you also, and congratulations on your achievements.
Thank you.
We don't know if you heard all of the presentation earlier, but we wanted you to know we are so proud of you and your entire cohort. But thank you for being such a leader and we wish you well as you go forward from Half Moon Bay High School.
Thank you.
And thanks for being such a great trumpet player. I've seen you in play at the games. You're a very talented musician.
Oh, thank you.
Well,
That means a lot to me.
Yeah, two of them, both Luke and Calvin, are just amazing musicians. And I hear Luke has taken up the harmonica during the COVID time. And one thing about Calvin, a few years ago, there's the firefighters put on a tournament, a golf tournament out at the golf course here in our community to raise money. Firefighters tend to get cancer at a much higher rate than almost any other population of employment. And it's a huge tournament to raise money for firefighters with cancer. And since it's out here, one of the leaders of it was a former student of mine and asked me to always get a student to sing the national anthem. And one year I had Calvin, and he grabbed two other young people, and they did not sing it, but they performed it. Calvin playing an instrument. It was an instrumental version, and it was just wowed the entire crowd and set the tone for the tournament. So, you know, Calvin's not only versatile in a lot of ways as well as the rest of them. He's also, you know, I think just represents our school so well.
Well, artists and athletes, you represent us very well, and congratulations on your academic achievements, and good luck to you all, and thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. It's hard not hearing the entire room of applause, but know that it's heartfelt. Next on our agenda is recognition of Pilarcitos High School graduating class of 2020.
We want to ask Jason Owens in to present on this.
Please do.
I don't see Jason connected.
He is on attendees. I think it's a red icon, Rosie.
Yeah.
Jason, can you hear us?
Good evening, everyone. Hello, Superintendent McFetridge and distinguished Cabrillo Unified School Board. How is everyone this tonight? Good, good. Love the thumbs up. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to recognize and congratulate the graduates of Pilarcitos High School. Students who attend Pilarcitos High School are supported by a staff and a community that welcomes them with open arms. A Pilarcitos graduation is highly specialized honor, and we recognize each one of its graduates individually, celebrating their achievements and growth together. This year is no different. PHS staff have created personalized celebrations for each graduate. The PHS class of 2020 will receive a decorated gift bag with their cap, gown, diploma, messages from teachers and staff, a personalized bottle of sparkling apple cider, a brand new laptop, and a Pilarcitos pen. On graduation day, videos will be posted to the Pilarcitos YouTube channel that will showcase each graduate and their unique experience at Pilarcitos. I would like to take a moment to congratulate each of our graduating seniors: Jennifer Ariano, Juan Lopez, Seamus Murphy, Danny Rico, Angie Rodriguez, Jackie Trejo, and Alex Velasquez. Also, their pictures and signs are along Kelly Avenue, so if you have a moment, roll on by and say hello. It was amazing. The students were texting me over the weekend when they were put up about how excited and proud and surprised they were to each have those signs. So it definitely meant a lot if I have students texting me over the weekend. So thank you for all you do to support our students, and congratulations, class of 2020 Pilarcitos High School.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
It's a great accomplishment, and thank you for presenting that for us.
I'm so proud of each and every one of them.
I wish that we could be there in person this year, and thank you for showing them the love that you've shown them and the photos. And I know that the Half Moon Bay High School graduates did the same. And it's just really touching to see the community come together to give and recognize in this way, knowing we can't be together.
Thank you so much. Next on our agenda is the communication section. And Rosie, I don't see any public comment. Is that correct?
We only have one for 10C.
For 10C, I'll make a note and
it might be good at this time to our principals and to our students, we will probably exit you from the invitation so that you don't have to be with the panelists. But thank you, and thank you, Mr. Nazar, thank you, Mr. Owens, and thank you to the students of Half Moon Bay High School and Pillar Cities High School.
found it. Okay. Super. Next on our agenda are our employee organization reports. Do we have our CUTA representative with us?
Yes, he's joining.
Awesome.
President Hines, Superintendent McFetridge, board leadership. My name is Sean Reardon. I'm the newly elected co-president of the Cabrillo Unified Teachers Association. I'd like to start off by shouting out all of the CUTA teachers who have pulled together in this difficult time and put forth strong, powerful lesson plans and learning, pushing out, especially the TK through fifth grade teachers working with kids 5 to 11 years old, considering how distractible this group can be. That's quite an accomplishment. In the past, the board and the district have worked with teachers to make changes to programs. In a break with our collaborative norms at the table in January, the bargaining team was confused when the district informed us that they would be imposing an extended day kindergarten program. We were confused because the extended day kindergarten program has been in effect for more than 15 years. And further confused because early primary teachers accustomed to collaboration with the district changes were not included. In fact, they were not invited or even aware of conversations taking place with parents until it was shared at the last board meeting. The morale of the entire district grade level has been ruined. In fact, as you know from a letter read aloud at the last school board meeting, the disappointment, disrespect, and disregard for early primary teachers has led to the early retirement of one of our members. There was a willingness to make changes to the extended day program through collaboration instead of solely through management rights. As we move forward in this difficult time, the CUTA hopes that our focus is on the health and wellness of our students, teachers, and community as we navigate this unknown world of a pandemic. In another situation this year that created great sadness and lower morale was the false narrative that was spread throughout the community that the elementary students were not welcome at all sites. Articles and letters regarding this narrative were in the local paper. Community members and teachers spoke about it at 3 board meetings. The narrative began when the teachers asked the board to do their due diligence and research the school attendance boundaries before changing them and eliminating transportation services. It is sad that no site administrator, district administrator, or board member stood up and said, this is a misunderstanding. Teachers are advocating for due diligence on an issue and we take them at their word. Furthermore, teachers are welcoming to all students as they've always been. That is not a message we heard from the board or the leadership of our district. It was with great disappointment when I read the board packet this week, especially getting to item 13H, the resolution to pad the reserve fund to 16%, more than 5 times the required legal limit. This is a clear bargaining move to take any possibility of a raise off the table. And I find it interesting that at our last bargaining session, Dr. McFetridge told me that he instructed the board members not to respond to my letter to demand to bargain out of a concern for bargaining in public. Well, after reading the board packet, I fully know what to expect at our next bargaining session. So much for bargaining in private. Well, I suspect that the board members will unanimously pass this unnecessary resolution. I wonder if any of you have considered what the voters in the Cabrillo Unified School District will think about your plan to stuff the rainy day reserve fund to 5 times the required limit, especially when the parcel tax was passed to retain and attract competent teachers. It was passed to keep programs in place. It was not passed to pad a reserve fund. Do you think the COSIDE Parents for Equitable Education will appreciate your rapid about face on this issue? Please understand that November is fast approaching and your actions will need to be explained to the voters. How does the board justify socking away more than 3 years of parcel tax revenue? Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Reardon. Do we have our CSEA representatives here tonight?
Just connecting, Kim.
Good evening. My name is Stiglin, and I am the CSEA president for all the classified employees in the school district. I want to say good evening to the school board president and the school board members, the superintendent, assistant superintendent, and administrators. I would like to start to talk about our employee in the school district have been absolutely fantastic to be there, do their jobs. Some have been working from home, and especially proud I am of our staff at the offices who have been working so that everyone, teachers and staff and administrators, can get paid. We have food service, I must mention, who have been absolutely fantastic in the leadership for that too, with making sure that students get food and fed under this crisis here. And also want to thank all the fantastic leadership we had through this crisis too, has been there, informed us, kept us up to date with everything. And we are also working on small stuff here. We CSA working to try to make an MOT with the district so we can get some, when people get out of a sick leave, so we can donate that between members and things like that. Yeah, so far we start stepping up a little more now. The IT department, we're working hard to get new servers gonna come up. We're also gonna work with new phone system in the district, and we're gonna upgrade all the teachers and staff computers up to the latest Windows 10. Under the leadership of my boss, Randy, must say, he have been there 6 months. He do a fantastic work and keep us on our toes. And yeah, so everyone else in CSA, I want to thank all members who has been there and going out of their way to do work and make this working. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments tonight. Next on our agenda are the board presentations for comments. I think I'll start us off tonight. Thank you everyone who is dialed in. Right now I see in 35 participants online. I think for a CUSD board meeting, this is impressive to have this many people listening in. And while it is very stressful for our community with COVID-19, we see the impact on the community, and we know how hard our teachers are working and how resilient our children and our parents are. They will have fortunately, a well-earned summertime coming up soon. And so I wanted to, I know we have another board meeting, but officially, this is the last board meeting before the school year ends. So I wanted to say just a shout out to thank you to all of the teachers, to the parents, and to the students for their consideration and thoughtfulness as we've wrapped up this school year. In our board packet tonight, there are a couple of things I wanted to, it's under consent items, but for all of the school sites who completed their single plan for student achievement, the SIPSA, each one it's a template. It's a 63-page document for each site, but that represents hours of planning and understanding what the individual needs are on every single campus. And just because it's in consent items, please know that we have read all of these site plans, and we understand the heavy lifting, and we understand the uncertainty. We know that as teachers, as administrators, and committee people work to roll out a plan for how we're going to start the next academic year, it's going to take patience on everybody's part. And so thank you in advance for that piece of what each one of you brings to the table. The other item that is at the end of our agenda tonight, 13H, does talk about a reserve. I think that's going to be a really healthy conversation for the board to have, to understand that some of these pieces aren't black and white, but they're nuanced. And while we are living the impact of COVID-19, while we are living the impact of severe cuts, it's a yes and. We will discuss what healthy ways we as a district can plan for this coming year, for the next 3 years, as we will have to do by law, and then longer term. So, and the last piece I want to call out is the visual and performing arts. This is Dr. Bhatia's first time to present this piece of work, but the difference between the last 2 years of visual and performing arts, which were just a status, if you will, I know there's meat behind this, and there's planning for the future. And so I'm so excited, and I'll save other comments for discussion during that presentation. So thank you, and I'm looking forward to tonight's meeting. And I hope as many people can stay on through all of these different sections of tonight's meeting, because I think it's really rich. We're going to hear a lot more about finance, and for everyone who's not on the board participating but listening, it really is rich to have your eyes and your ears on these discussions, and that we always welcome feedback. So thank you so much. Let's see, Lizette, would you like to go next with your comments?
Sure. I also wanted to start off by congratulating all of the graduates and their amazing work. And I can only imagine as a parent how proud their parents must be to see them just become these young, productive adults that are going to help us and our future. So congratulations to the graduates, and also all of their family and parents, and just wishing them the best. I also wanted to just touch on the fact that, you know, looking at the board packet, there will be a lot of talk about money and the lack of it and the need of it. It seems like we need money for so many things, and yet there is no money for so many things. And I just wanted to I mean, this is going to sound silly, but you know, money doesn't come from thin air. It comes from somewhere. And the little that we do have and the little that we, you know, we move from here to there is just going to off balance something, and something's going to get affected by whatever our decision is, which is to add something, take something away. And like we've spoke on the last board meeting with the budget, if there was ever a time to work together, this is definitely the time where we need to learn to compromise, listen to each other, and more importantly, just try and work together I mean, I don't know if there will be a solid solution, but definitely just working together is a big step towards the right direction. And then one of the things that I just recently got involved, which was really interesting, is I became part of a coalition, and it's called REACH, and it's basically it's a coalition, and it's a county. It's basically a coalition, and it's from elected officials, and it's based on basically uniting and ensuring that the COVID-19 response efforts reflect the geographic, ethnic, linguistics, and socioeconomic diversity of our community. So just touching on equity, that's a big thing, because we are all being affected by the recent situation, but we're all very differently affected as well. So that's about it. And just good luck to everybody, and thank you to all the teachers. I know it must have been very hard. I know it was hard as a parent, but I can also imagine how hard it must have been for these teachers, and thank you for all the work. And thank you, everybody. Have a good night.
Freya, would you like to go next?
Sure. So I want to reiterate what Cayman and Lizette have already said in a couple areas. First, just that thank you to the teachers and to the staff that, again, I said it in the last meeting, but I think it's just with this continuing shelter in place, with the continuing remote learning, I think they've done an amazing job of stepping up and providing that high quality education and providing those services like Stig mentioned, the food, the office, presence and other things. And those are, you know, really essential services for our community, for our children. So I just wanted to say thank you and recognition of that really, really hard, heartfelt work in this like brave new world that we're in right now. And then second, thanking, just congratulating all of the graduates for the amazing achievement, and just saying that it's so special. And I do feel sad that it's happening in this time, but I really appreciated John's comments and descriptions of the ceremony that they're working on and the ways that we are just having to adapt in these new times. So I want you all out there to know how proud we all of you, and Calvin and Eve and Lucas, just to say congratulations on your amazing achievements, and good luck to everybody in whatever they'll be heading to next year. I know that you will all do Half Moon Bay High School and Cabrillo Unified School District and the Coast Side proud in what you do. And I just want to, you know, kind of reiterate again, I think some of what Lizette was saying in terms of we need to all be very kind and compassionate in these times. It's a hard time for everybody. There's a lot of adjustment and things that we need to do. And I just really hope that we can all work together to be on the same page. I was excited to hear about the Return to School Committee that was starting today. I know that's going to be a work in progress that's going to be changing, but I wanted to thank Jesus and Leticia for taking the lead on that, and those that participated, because those are really important questions that we're all asking about what is going to be happening as we move forward in these uncertain times. So thank you to everyone. Best of wishes. Enjoy the summer weather or the fog, whatever you prefer, and hope everyone stays healthy. Thank you.
Sophia, would you like to go next? You here? Oh, you're muted.
There we go. How's that? Good? Okay, good. Great. So again, this time of year, top of my mind, and especially the last couple months of a whirlwind, could not give more of a big thanks to everyone that has touched our students and to our students themselves for just the amazing agility and the amazing resilience over the last couple months. And, as we look to a lot of uncertainties in the future, we're in the home stretch for this year, which is great. We will have a lot of celebrations, and it's so cool to hear all the different ways that our schools will be celebrating our students that will be transitioning grade levels or moving on to the brave new world. So we're so close, and that's awesome. I think a lot about one of our core tenets in our district, which is the fact that education is a partnership, and it couldn't be more true today. Within the district, with families, with nonprofits, with our county, state, and other partners, has been so critical that every step we take is, has the intent to bring us closer to helping all of our students learn and grow. And it's been really great to see that happening in so many ways, even with the crisis we're experiencing right now, which for all of us in our professional lives and our personal lives is, has elements of public health, mental health, socioeconomic, so much more. It's quite complex and quite challenging. And so working together creatively, compassionately, collaboratively, to make sure that we are, as a district in particular, are achieving our goals that Sean, I know, refers to a lot. The financial sustainability, it's perhaps in some ways not the most exciting or pleasant thing to talk about, especially if it's lack thereof, which tends to be the theme in California schools. And in our position, talking about equity and continuing to make progress there, and just continuously improving always for all of our students. It's hard to imagine that we can't do, more and better for everybody, especially if we work together and we are creative. So, I kind of guess we'll throw out the call to action with this disruption. It's obviously puts us in survival mode in many ways, but I think it really is an opportunity to think about how we can continue to achieve those goals of financial sustainability, equity, continuous improvement. Even as grown-ups, I view myself as a lifelong learner, so always thinking to challenge myself. How can we use these as opportunities, even if in the moment it can seem kind of hard to do that. I am hopeful that we can do that. I'm not optimistic per se, because it's going to be a hard road and it's going to be really messy. But I'm hopeful because I feel like with the effort and with us all kind of aspiring to have those features most of the time, because all the times just, I'm far from perfect, and most of us feel that way. But being able to do that by kind of having lofty goals, kind of big, hairy, audacious goals, if you will, modeling that resilience for each other and for our students, having the courage to accept the realities of difficult situations is so important. And being able to deal and manage with those situations is critical. And really at the bottom line, keeping focus on what's best for students, so for all our students, and continue to challenge ourselves on how we can serve them well. So as we break for summer, I do that with caution, as it is a difficult time for us as a society, for many of our families. I will just, also ask we continue to watch out for each other, if more informally than we can with the structure of schools, but just as community and as a community members, that we, keep an eye on each other and make sure that we can support one another. And as we prepare for returning to school, let's kind of do that as well. So yeah, that's basically it. Big thank you to everybody. Stay well, stay healthy. Let's keep working together. We're going to need to, even now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Sophia. Mary Beth?
I first want to give a big shout out to the graduates. Way to go, everyone. Super proud of you. So I just wanted to start with that. Big accomplishment. So congratulations to you all. I also wanted to talk about just all the support I see going on right now in our community and in our county. I've been on some calls the last few weeks, PTO Alliance, some of the PTOs. There's a lot of support around our school with the parents. I think Coast Side Gives, we kind of talked about that before, but financially people have come together to help with our schools a lot. So I just want to acknowledge that that's happening, and we're so thankful that there's so much support around us. As well as at the county level with Nancy McGee, our county superintendent. The California School Board Associations, the CSBA, has had a lot of calls about next steps and moving forward and budgets and COVID and all kinds of things. So I just want to let everyone know that there's a lot going on around that, and a lot of people have stepped forward and stepped up with getting information out there and trying to figure out what the next steps will be, because it's not going to be easy. I also want to acknowledge our district staff. I know COVID has been tough on everyone, changing directions, juggling budgets, retraining staff. And I really want to commend our teachers and what they've done to come through during this. They've learned new ways to do things. They become flexible. And I realize, there's probably a need for more training on this because everyone was thrown into it so quickly. But really, I just wanted to commend those people. And I always like to talk about the silver lining that we might see from this. And I think that it is a new way we're learning how to reach students. And for some students, I read a very interesting article last week. For some students, they're actually doing better under these circumstances working from home. So I don't think it's the norm. I think more often than not, kids are struggling. But there are those students who are actually doing better and enjoying this time of learning, this way of learning. So it's a different way to reach students, and maybe if we can incorporate, some of that into our next steps going forward, that might be the silver lining in this. So I wanted to acknowledge that, for some students, this might be another way we can help reach them. So anyway, thank you to everyone, and that's all for now.
Thank you, Mary Beth. I'm not sure that we had Lauren join us this evening. Rosie, do you see her?
No, she's not joining us.
Okay. And it may have been the Wednesday versus Thursday because I haven't heard from her. So
Probably.
I'm guessing there was lots of rich content from all of the sites because Lauren does such a good job of reporting out the exciting things happening at the elementary schools and the middle school and the high school. So we miss you tonight, Lauren, but look forward to celebrating you being with us for the last 2 years. We look forward to that at our next meeting. So we'll make sure you have the date straight there. Next is our superintendent report. Dr. McFettridge.
Well, thank you very much. I just want to reiterate what we've heard from so many. This is a very proud moment as far as graduations and promotions, both for the high schools, but also for Cunha Intermediate School, for our elementary schools. As students are promoting to the next grades, we wish that we could be there in person for the 5th grade promotions, for the 8th grade promotion, and for the graduations. It's unlike anything that any of us seen in our careers, but we really are proud of our students as they make these next steps. And I want to thank all our employees and our community partners and our families and our students for the work that they've done to recognize these students. It's a poignant time. It's difficult to be away at this time. I do want to just speak a bit, just to clarify the record, my take on it, to respond to Mr. Reardon. We meant no disrespect. We do have a way of doing business as management. We did in January present senior leadership of CUTA with the notion that we thought that extended day kindergarten was a way to provide more instructional time for students, especially when there's a focus on literacy, and especially when data has shown that we need to make much more progress, particularly for students who are English language learners, students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged. And we made the case that 70% of districts in California have an extended day kindergarten, particularly districts that serve students who have high needs like this. I've often talked about 3 goals that I think have to guide us. 1 is continuous improvement. 2 is our financial health. And 3 is a focus on equity. Extended day kindergarten is exactly that. It's about a focus on equity and continuous improvement for our youngest learners. We did present that again to CUTA leadership, recognizing that we wanted to have them identify any contractual impacts. I do not want to negotiate away from the table. That is true about me. But just to clarify the record, we do believe as management that is a good thing for the district. And we've heard from many families that they need this and that they want this. And we've seen the data that we think our theory of action holds. And that said, I was very happy to actually, we heard when we announced to senior leadership and then presented on February and then formed a committee to get kindergarten and TK teachers that Dr. Bhatia led. And then again at negotiations table, and we are hopeful that we can reach a compromise. We know that it is a change in practice. We know that change is difficult. And so I expect that that change can be awkward and difficult and painful, but we do think it is the right thing to do by kids and by families. And we hope to work that out. I will also say, the notion about a false narrative about moving Moonridge students, now that that's been brought up. Again, that was something that we had to explore as a budget cut for transportation. And then we went to Moonridge and asked them per intra-district rules if they would like to enroll in their home school. And many of them said yes, almost 90%. And so again, this was where we had to balance the desires, needs of the community. It does make a change. We're committed to providing the resources at Hatch Elementary so that those students can attend, and are currently working now on looking at ways to make that happen. But we do have a fiduciary duty in the district, and that is to the community and to the taxpayers and to the voters, the families, the students, and to the district's health. We have a fiduciary duty and we have to uphold that. And sometimes it requires change in practice. And again, that's what we recommended. As far as reserve, there will be a discussion, I'm sure, about that later. But we also know that, you know, just as in March, we were saying that we were going to be basic aid and community funded. And that gave us a windfall and let us have a positive certification. And then COVID happened. And we know that reserve policy often exists for basic aid districts. And we looked at other districts such as Burlingame, San Mateo Union High School District, Palo Alto, and on and on and on. Many basic aid districts have a reserve policy because the fluctuation and the lack of being able to depend on state money per student. And so it is, again, a financial health question and a best practice of basic aid districts to have a reserve policy of that size. It's basically equivalent to 2 months of salary. 92% of our costs go to compensation and salary. And so at the last board meeting, we had to get ready to take a large loan. And last year we had to make, you know, many cuts based on the financial picture that the county was painting for us because of deficit spending and not being able to make our third year out. And at the next board meeting, we will bring another financial picture. But as you know, the financial picture in the state of California is not good. They are suggesting a School Services of California, 3 years of 0% COLA is how they look at it. Different people look at it different ways, but you've heard the governor say that there will be a cut to local control funding formula as much as 10%. That may revise happened. I will wait until the next board meeting for us to bring another more detailed account of our finances based on assumptions provided us by the county and the state and by experts like FCMAT and School Services California, et cetera, et cetera. But at the end of the day, a reserve policy is something that is best practice that other basic aid districts enjoy, that is recommended in a time of COVID emergency, and also considering that FCMAT suggested that a reserve would have helped us when we were in that financial crisis. I will also say that recently we had a talk with Moody's that you know, puts out our bond and does our bond rating. And with a reserve policy, we would have been able to potentially improve our bond rating, which would have meant lower charges to the community. If our bond rating slips, that could be a larger charge to the taxpayers and voters we serve. And so we are very grateful to families in the community for voting on the parcel tax, which doesn't even begin to address our shortfall. And for voting on the bond, which provides us money for improvements for facilities. But again, if we don't take care of our financial house, we do risk, again, being insolvent. We risk county takeover, and we risk losing our bond rating, which would be detrimental to the community. So that is the truth of the matter. It is not a false narrative. People have accused me of being, trying to be pessimistic. It's just the information we receive and how we have to plan in real time for that information. We do have a fiduciary duty. We did have to make budget cuts. We will now have to make budget cuts almost certainly again because of COVID's downturn. We have a contractual responsibility with our employees, and we intend on honoring the contractual responsibility and negotiating contractual impacts going forward with CUTA, and we hope that they understand that as management, that's what we have to do. But we do believe that some of these moves, as difficult as they may be able to accept because they are changes, we believe are for three goals: continuous improvement as far as the academic outcomes of our students, financial health so that the district no longer is risking insolvency, and a focus on equity so that families and students who need it the most get the instruction that they need. And those are the North Star, if you will, of why we make these decisions and recommendations. That said, I want to thank CUTA. I understand that we've put them through a lot. And again, I meant no disrespect to them. We just think that there are some recommendations we have to make to the board for those reasons. CSEA, I also want to give a shout out to CSEA, food services, tech services, our office staffs, our community liaisons, the letter that I sent out to the communities a month ago. There's a huge list of employees, and so many people have been working during this time to try to keep business going. And we thank CSEA and CUTA and our unrepresented employees and our community members who have come through, like the Boys and Girls Club and Cabrillo Education Foundation, our PTOs, the co-signers for Better Education Funding, who worked on an advocacy letter with me last week, our families, our students, the board. Tonight, well, first of all, before I talk a little bit about tonight, there is the Return to School Committee, and that first meeting met today. It was an orientation meeting. We are just getting the guidelines from the county who have been working on those. Of course, this is a moving target, and people say, okay, we don't know what to tell you yet, wait for it, but you need to plan. We did have that first meeting today. I understand there were almost 40 representatives of families, teachers, classified staff, managers in the district, others in the district. And so that will be ongoing. And I think at the next board meeting, we can provide more about that. And of course, that will be an ongoing process to talk with our bargaining groups also about the impacts and asks that we'll have of them. I do also want to say it is with great pride that we announced that we are proclaiming LGBTQ Pride Month in June. Many progressive, forward-thinking districts do that, and we will recognize June as LGBT Pride Month, and I know the city is doing same. So I want to thank Coastside Pride for working with us this year to provide equity and to provide dignity and respect and safeguarding the rights of folks, and that includes on tonight's consent agenda a board policy 5157 about gender identity and access, that no matter anyone's sexual orientation, no matter their gender identity or their gender expression, that we all belong here and we all have a right to be safe and be respected and to be authentic and to be ourselves. And that is the point of LGBTQ Pride. So we're very happy about that tonight. You will also see a presentation on the facilities plan. Of course, the facilities plan As a lead up to this, we've been working with the school communities at Fairlawn View and El Granada because those are the campuses we focused on in the facilities master plan update, something we needed to do, something that FCMAT noted in their visit when we were in fiscal crisis in the fall. They noticed that that was out of date. So our hunch that we needed to do that was correct because the estimates of costs were 7, 8 years old. So that is updated, and that includes all the dreams and aspirations of these school communities about what their campuses could be. I think you will hear in the presentation that every master plan in every district tends to exceed the money at hand. So we will make this presentation for the board to talk about, but we know that there's more work ahead for us to go back to those communities and to prioritize what needs to happen and make sure that the board understands that we're using bond funds for needs in the district for those 2 schools and also for future enrollment and also for other schools. And then finally, I spoke about the financial picture a little bit. This is a work in progress. There was the May revise. The legislators have advocated for more financial help for us. We will present in the next board meeting also projections on what that could mean for us in the out years. And I think that will give a very clear picture about the decisions we've made and the recommendations that we have made to the board for their decision about why we think it is important to be financially responsible, to be financially solvent, to worry and to pay attention to the financial health of the district, and to recognize our fiduciary responsibility to the community that we serve. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next up on our agenda is 10A, El Granada and Fairlawn View Elementary Schools Facilities Master Plan Presentation.
We will invite our attendees in. Quattrochi Kwok and Associates have been an architect on record with the district for some time, and they will be presenting tonight. Mr. Contreras can open up the conversation, but we see Lyanne Schuster is an attendee, and she will be invited in. And I'm not sure if Mark Quattrochi is here.
I am here, Sean. Can you hear me?
Hi, Mark, and I can see you as well. So there's
Yes,
Mark Quattrochi and Lyanne Schuster, also Mark's colleague, and El Granada and Fairlawn View communities know these individuals well for having worked with them very closely. So Jesus, did you want to say anything to introduce this, or do you think
I just wanted to say, I think you have covered it all. The plan that is going to be presented to the board this evening, it's the one that gets to be the dream. So what is that we would want to have at those 2 of our sites? So those El Granada and Fairlawn View, and making sure that it is coming to you is going to be what the community with the support of the experts have come up with, and that defines what each and every one of those 2 schools would like their community to be. So that is what is going to be presented to you. And I think Superintendent has already informed you that as you went through the master plan, you saw that we probably don't have all the money. We do not have all the money that it would require. However, it is a process, and it is to get the concepts together as they were expressed by the school communities and teachers, and what is it that could be then serve as guidance of what it will actually get to be. So with that, I think our architects will be guiding us through what that journey has been thus far.
Well, thank you very much, Jesus and Sean. If we could start the PowerPoint show, maybe I'll use that to go through a few introduction comments, and then we can get started. There it is. Perfect. Well, thank you very much for having us here. We really are honored at the opportunity to work with you, with your community, with your teachers. It's been a great journey. We've worked with the district on Hatch, and the opportunity to work with you on your vision is precisely the sort of thing that Lyanne and I love to do. So we can go to the next slide. What I'm going to do myself is walk us through a little bit of what we've done so far, a little bit about what master planning is. And then Lyanne Schuster will take it from there to go through the master plans at Fair Lawn View and El Granada. And then I'll close with issues of probable costs and next steps. By way of introduction, I'm Mark Petrocchi, principal of Petrocchi Block Architects. Lyanne Schuster is a principal architect in our office, and she and I have worked for quite a few years. And then also in attendance is Lindsay Swing. She's a junior designer in our office who's also part of our team. Next, please. So a little bit about master planning. The board is familiar with this. You've been through this before, but it's important to sort of revisit this, that I view master plans as a very important long-term vision for school districts. We really look much longer lens than we typically do when we're looking at design projects. This is a 10 to 15 and even 20-year plan as to how the school district wants to be. And we look to where we want to be and chart a course to get there. And our hope today is that we give you an opportunity to see how we got there and what our next steps to begin to fulfill that vision. A master plan is not a design. And it's interesting, we have 30 years of working with public schools. And it's a common misperception that what we're going to do is show you renderings of what the new buildings will look like. And I promise you all that will come. Today is more about looking at what the educational program, the pedagogy that drives your facilities. It really isn't about just focusing on the facility needs. And mind you, those are also very important. But it has as much to do about what the teachers are doing, how they teach, how they'd like to teach, what the community view of our schools is. And that shapes these diagrams we're about to show you. So these aren't architectural renderings. These are diagrams that describe where improvements would be, whether they're remodelings, new buildings, site development work, moving of things. And they really provide this sort of 20,000-foot view of what the schools really need to support your programs. Lastly, they're iterative. As I've worked on so many master plans, and I'll use Pacifica School District as an example, we worked for nearly 10 years with them. And as we're doing the first few projects, we go back and check the master plan. And invariably, there'll be changes to the master plan as the priorities of the district change. So really living documents is a good way of looking at it. Next. So there's a lot we've done to date, and I won't belabor this too much, but we certainly have looked a great deal. We've looked a lot at the district facility. We looked at your existing master plan, looked at a lot of the documents you have and demographics. We also did a detailed, we did a good overview of facility assessments. We didn't bring engineers in, but we did a good facility assessment working with both our experience, your IT staff, your facility staff, but also talking with principals and teachers about where the facilities issues are. I think a facility assessment is sort of the state of our schools. It doesn't address yet what the educational program needs tell us it needs to be, but it deals with roof issues and mechanical electrical systems and finishes that are worn, places that leak, finishes, and so forth. So these are all the things that we think about when we do master planning. Today is about a high overview of the much bigger master plan document. I'm sure you've had a chance to also see the master plan document we submitted. So today you won't hear us talk, except for the next couple of slides, about facility assessments. But I want to put your mind at ease that while we're talking about modernizing this building or replacing that one, we're also looking very carefully at the things that would make the day-to-day life of teachers better. We may not talk about the roofs and the windows, but by all means, they are all inclusive in what we're going to come up with for costs. We had great meetings with your staff. I have to say your staff and your community are a very interactive group. I've done a lot of master planning, and the best are ones where we get such lively conversations about the aspirations of teachers, the desires of neighbors and community members. We had board member participation. I'm delighted at the amount of input we had. You can see site staff, district staff, and then of course the community meetings. These were all invaluable. So what I will do next, please, is the next couple slides. At a very high level, as I said, I will just talk with you about the facility assessments, and then we really won't talk about this much more. I don't think any of this will surprise anyone here. The larger facility assessment document, of which this is just an overview, provides much more information about what we saw building by building and across the site. But to no surprising, there's fencing and security issues, the sort of issues of approach and drop off and pick up and parking, sort of finding your way around the site, the administration locations and their ability to supervise the comings and goings, those sorts of things. Clearly the building's condition. We do, as I say, nothing but public schools from Fort Bragg all the way down to Pacifica and now Half Moon Bay. So we're very familiar with the issues that we see along the coast, and your schools are no exception to what we see when you're near the coast around age and weathering. And then a whole variety of infrastructure, plumbing, mechanical, electrical, with a lot of help from your staff. Next, please. The same is true at El Granada. In fact, the lists are very similar. We saw the same sorts of issues. In some buildings, issues were worse on one site, and then other buildings, the issues were worse at that one. So when we did our cost estimating, these sorts of things were taken into account. Next, please. And then the next two slides before I turn this over to Lyanne is we wanted to give you again at a very high level the feedback we got from teachers and staff. And as I said, they were a lively group. What I really liked about the Fairlawn View and El Granada staffs is they really understood that link between educational program and facility. So it gave us a chance to understand the way they work and also the way they want to work, so that we ensure that the sort of facilities we're master planning and ultimately design meet those goals and aspirations for teaching. So to no surprise, the classroom environments, we talked about this a lot. We also talked a lot about connectivity either between classrooms or from classrooms to the out of doors. At Fairlawn View, for example, the connection to the out of doors is so ingrained in the ethos of their educational program that became a really important part. And you'll see the sort of outdoor spaces that are created to support that. And then also for El Granada, the connection to the outdoors, but also a connection between spaces. And so we talked about imagery, about the sort of ways one does connectivity, and that was an important part about the master plan. Then support spaces, maker spaces, science, music, art, were all sort of discussed where they are and where they need to be. And then a variety of other support spaces. Next. We also had the conversations with the community. There were 2 sessions, and I was delighted to see the amount of community involvement from neighbors and parents. Again, board members were part of that. And you can just sort of see the sort of questions we ask. The lens is different. We want to know what their experience is approaching the school, how they interact with the school, both during the day and after hours. Yours, as you know, is a community of great interest in community use of your schools. So it's important that the plan reflect that and allow for that to happen in a seamless way. What are their imagery for the school? These were some of the things that we talked about. So this provides you sort of an overall view of the conversations we had. And then lastly, next please. We also shared during all these meetings sort of imagery. I don't want to mistake any of this for design. None of one of these images is your school at Fairlawn View or at El Granada. Rather, we use these to sort of elicit conversations about what connection looks like or what does outdoor gathering look like for students. And we just wanted to share with you a little bit. The last couple of things to say, and I'll turn this over to Lyanne to go through the plans, is that this PowerPoint show is nothing more than sort of a high-level review. To really understand a lot about what we heard really resides in that much larger facility assessment document. I don't pretend to have captured everything here, but we get the sort of high-level view of what we heard. And then 3 other sort of overarching themes that were messaged to us from the very beginning from Dr. McFetrich. We heard this from staff, we heard this from community. The importance around sustainability, a very big part of our practice. So at every twist and turn, looking at how we can deal with energy efficiency, use of daylighting, providing bioswales and recharging of the aquifer with water, with storm drain. So a variety of important sustainable design strategies are considered in part of the master plan. The importance around maintenance. I mentioned before about being on the coast. It is the harshest environment we work in. So as we're looking at modernizing and building, we're not assuming a lot of ferrous metal product. These will be stainless steel. We'll be using materials in the exterior that weather well and reduce maintenance. It was, again, a clear charge to us from the beginning from Dr. McFetrich all the way through. And lastly, just looking at issues, not just around teacher needs, but also student needs, whether they're student gathering areas, gender neutral toilet rooms. As best we can at a master plan level, these are included. So I think I'll stop with this and sort of pick up where we go from here and let Lyanne take us through the master plan. So if we don't mind going to the next slide, Lyanne, it's all yours.
Before Lyanne starts, I just want to say thank you, Mark, for framing what many community members and what I had sort of emphasized early on. We have to have schools that are safe. We have to have schools that are joyful. We have to have schools that are sustainable and respect their power of place. These are beautiful sightings for schools, and so much of the work QKA has done in helping bring the community's vision of these schools has been about inviting students out of the classroom to learn outdoors, to respect the beautiful environment, to learn about environmental literacy and environmental sustainability, and really to address these issues that are coastal issues that QKA is expert in, which is how do you deal with coastal conditions? And we have to have rust-proof schools. We have to have mold-proof schools. And I really respect QKA taking on this challenge and helping the community dream big for joyful, meaningful places for students to learn both indoors and outdoors.
Thank you.
Lyanne, are you in?
Oh, Lyanne was there a moment ago. Your mic may be muted, Lyanne.
Mute. Okay.
Ah.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So I just wanted to say, from what Sean said about the, as an introduction, the safe, joyful, sustainable schools with the power of place, luckily all those things can be done together. And so that's the goal here. So next slide, please. So this is the existing site plan at Farallon View. And one thing I wanted to thank again the community and the teachers and staff for showing up so much to the meetings that we had. It's not typical that we get such good community input and information. So it was really helpful. But what we heard was that the schools both of these schools not only represent a place for students to get a stellar education, but they're also, both of them, community centers. We heard words like village center and community park and community center. So both schools are places that are very important to the community. So in this site, you can see some of the things that we heard that Mark mentioned, some of the things that the teachers and staff and community would like to see that are difficult with the existing configuration is that, an outdoor space where the whole campus could gather. There's a small quad in the middle of this space, but it's not big enough for everyone. The multi-use is too small for to have enough kids get in there to have a good a single lunch period. It's not quite big enough for performances. The office is located right up front. The reception is located at the front of the campus, but unfortunately, in order to get to it, you have to go into the campus and into the building to get to it. So and then you have this fantastic view from this campus, which a lot of these classrooms don't take advantage of. So it's kind of got the back to the wonderful view. Next slide, please. So this is it's a little small. It shows the whole site for just a moment. It shows a couple of things that when we zoom in won't be as evident. So there's the roadway along the side of the campus. And right now it could use some repair, and there's also, it's very heavily used for people lining up to drop off and pick up their kids. And there's no place, there's a possibility for putting some way to turn around at the end of it. It's not on the school site, but that's a potential thing to work with non-district parties to achieve. So next slide, please. So if you look at the legend on the left of the slide, it kind of gives an overview of what is being proposed to be removed, what is new, and what is the existing building that would be reconfigured. And so the orange is new, and the blue is the existing building reconfigured for a better use of this space. As you come into the site, the first thing that we heard was that pickup and drop off is difficult. So there's plenty of space there. It just needs to be reconfigured. And the proposal is, we're not showing exactly how that would be done. We just, by size and by looking at this picture, at the way the cars are parked, as opposed to the way the site, the spaces are laid out, that gives you an idea of how this could be reconfigured to work better. And what we heard was that the kindergarten now is right up front, which is good for access, but not so desirable for people that shouldn't be accessing the kids, being able to even just see them easily. So we kept our proposal would be to keep the kindergarten functions up front, but protected from the public a little bit by being along the back side of that building. It's still accessible easily by parents dropping off their kids. The admin is reconfigured to be similar location to where it is now, but able to be accessed from the outdoors directly, so that you don't have to go into the campus and into the building to go in there. And then you can see a little arrow kind of squeezed between two buildings. The idea for this, with the entry plaza outside and the central quad inside, is for a controlled access to the site, especially during school hours, so that when kids arrive, that gate is open and kids just go in. And during school hours, that gate can be closed, so any visitor, parent, anyone that comes to the site needs to check in, and then they can just, once they check in, they can go into the campus. The other thing that we did here is the multi-use, we heard, is not functioning well for the teachers and staff and students, and also for the community. So we proposed reusing that building to be more of a library student union type space, so that the library the idea would be to have the library more close to the entry of the school. Then when you enter the central quad there's a faint dashed line that says "to be removed," which is where one of the existing classroom buildings is. And by pushing back the new construction a little bit, a bigger quad can be achieved, so that all the kids can use that at one time. It can be be configured to be used in smaller groups. It can accommodate like a full school assembly, but it's not a big, huge expanse of space that feels too big. So what Farallon View does not have is a true multi-purpose building, gym function building. So PE doesn't have a place that's big enough. So what we would propose for this is a real multi-use gym building with a performance abilities in it. You'll see a note that just says stage. That means some sort of performance capabilities in that building, as well as a kitchen, restrooms, and adjacent to it, a large covered outdoor area that can be used for eating, for PE, for arts, for anything that can be done outdoors, but if it's raining or if the weather just isn't perfect, kids can still go outdoors. We heard a lot from teachers that the kids go outdoors every day here, that outdoors is part of their daily education. So then that squiggly line that says accessible pathways, you have a slope on the site, and that is just representative of some sort of way to get from the higher part of the site down to the lower part that is more than perhaps just a pathway. It could be terraced outdoor areas. This is just meant to represent some way of getting down that slope. And then, so the new building is proposed to be a two-story building with classrooms and general classrooms and art and music spaces and science maker spaces. Some of the functions that were out in the building that are out in the building that's there now and in the building behind it that is portables, and also in the building that is where the multi is proposed to be, are offices and smaller things like RSP, reading intervention, functions that don't need quite a full classroom space. And also we thought that a lot of those things would be better located kind of together in the front of the school or centrally with the admin. So this two-story classroom building has less of a presence on the site than a one-story building would have. So the intent is to maximize the amount of site area that's still available for outdoor activities. We're providing what's called outdoor learning spaces outside of each of these buildings. And it's green squiggly space with a kind of a paving shown around it. That's just to show that those spaces can be configured in a number of ways. There were some examples of some of those in the slide that Mark talked about, but that had the images. The kinder outdoor learning would be kinder play and outdoor learning directly accessible from the kinder classrooms. Kinder classrooms also would have restrooms with them. Let's see, the garden is shown here at one location, and just as a possible location, this would need to be placed with the advice of people that know about gardens and where they should be located. But the idea was to relocate your existing greenhouse to wherever that garden ends up being. I think I've just about covered this one. I don't know, do we want to take questions at the end? Go on to, okay. So then quickly to the next slide, we were asked to show where future growth could be. And this is just showing where 4 additional classrooms could be located.
Lion, the one thing that might be worth saying is when you look at these diagrams, and a good example is that two-story classroom building, this is a diagram of what that might look like. What it really looks like as we transition from master planning to, let's say perhaps this is one of the first phase buildings, there's a whole design phase that happens, as you're familiar with other design projects, that invariably the actual shape of this building while its general location and its composition of classrooms makes sense, it may well be that it has a different shape or size. So we just don't want anyone to get too worried about why is it this shape and why is it not. You know, could art be where science is? Could science be where art is? All those things are possible. What's important is that we capture the general needs for that space and what the costs are for it. But in design, there'll be a whole process of which both the school site as well as the community and of course the board will have lots of opportunities for input, from floor plans to elevations to where cabinets are. Sorry, Lana.
Oh, no, that's okay. And the adjacencies too. This shows the adjacencies of those spaces to the central quad. Okay,
good.
Thank you. So onward to the next slide, please. We have to shift gears a little bit to go to El Granada. El Granada has some of the same drawbacks, I guess I would say, as Farallon View in the eyes of the staff and teachers and community. There's not a place that's big enough for everyone to gather, either outdoors or indoors. The office is a little bit difficult to find. You don't know quite where it is if you're a first-time visitor to the site. Parking, pickup and drop off is an issue right now with people lining up on the street. And and then you have here the added numbers of portables that you see. You know, some are vacant, some are being used as offices, but they're all, instead of facing the beautiful view that you have, they're all having their side that has 0 windows and only one classroom each facing the view. That was we heard quite a bit that the view here was very important, as well as the interconnectedness between classrooms. While at Farallon View, as Mark said, that it was really important to have indoor-outdoor connection. At El Granada, the indoor-outdoor connection was added to by the desire to be able to share classroom space if teachers want to. So next slide, please. So this is the El Granada master plan diagram. You'll see at the parking area, again, we just, it's the same legend with some items that didn't occur at Farallon View, particularly the covered walkway. But the parking area needs to be reconfigured. It's enormous, but it's a little confusing. And so we would want to have that better organized with a clearer pathway of where parents go when they're dropping off their kids, and dropping off the kids on the site as opposed to on the street. Then it's a similar entry plaza to at Farallon View. There's some similar approaches here. One of them is having the admins remain at the front of the campus, but visible, very clear entry to both the campus and to the office from the street, so that when school is in session and the gate that you see there can be closed, parents and any other visitors can go directly into the reception, check in, and then go onto the campus. A lot of security improvements are based on visibility and ability of the staff to see what's going on. So then when you enter into the site.
Eli,
yeah.
You may want to advance to the next slide.
This is the bigger one. Yeah, I'm sorry, I did this again. Here's the closer in view. Sorry, that one showed the whole site. Here's the meat of the site. You can see a little more clearly here. when you first enter into the site, there's a quiet, what we're calling a quiet courtyard. The idea here is just that a variety of outdoor spaces would be provided in this area. And the building where the admin is now would be reconfigured to have all the functions that, like offices, staff workroom, restrooms, and then the classrooms beyond that have, you can see these little squiggly lines between each pair of classrooms, and those are operable walls. And they're not the kind of partition walls that you see in classrooms now that are kind of folding like an accordion, but they can be glass. Often they're glass or part glass, part marker board. They're acoustically very good now, and they're easy for a teacher to open and close if and when they want to open up and share teaching or have a larger class in that space. Then if you go back across the entry plaza where the kindergarten is right now, we're proposing that the library should be more to the front of the campus so that it again can be used by community after, during non-school hours, and that it's more central, more at the front of the campus. And then behind that is kindergarten classrooms that each have restrooms, of course, and that again they're close to the front of the school, but they are not. So they're directly accessible when parents drop off their kids, but they're not accessible to people that shouldn't be there. The two new kindergarten classrooms then share a play area at the existing building is proposed to be reconfigured into additional kindergarten classrooms and then general classrooms, and along with student restrooms. If you step beyond that classroom, we heard a lot about desire for outdoor space that could see the coastline and a garden and just places for students to go and work, study, play, just anything anything the teachers and the students can imagine doing. The dash line there with little arrows, I hope you can see, that represents a covered path. Then the new classroom building here is, we're taking away all the modular and portable classrooms here and replacing this with a 7 classroom building. It could be 8, but this shows 7 classrooms that face the coast on one side and enclose an outdoor learning kind of courtyard, quieter space on the inside. Across from that, you would walk across this smaller asphalt play area we've placed the multi, instead of difficult to find and undersized in the middle of the campus, we've turned that and put it over to kind of create a transition between the quad part of the school, the play area part of the school, and the field. It's also more easily accessible by a delivery truck coming to bring something to the kitchen. Again, there'd be a stage in there and an adjacent outdoor covered area for use during inclement weather by either PE, lunch, any activities that the school wants to place there. The child care has been relocated more to the front of the campus, so those kids could be dropped off at the front in about the same location as the other kids, and their space is right at the front of the campus. Mark, do you have anything to add?
Sorry. The only thing I want to add is how enamored I am on both master plans, not just the building spaces, but frankly, the spaces outdoors, the spaces between the buildings. These were so important to staff, particularly as we talked about the schools, that, you know, Lion and I can't help but sort of move to the next step of design. These are really interesting outdoor spaces for large student gatherings, school gatherings, but also quiet, reflective opportunities that are still supervised, places for gardening, all taking advantage of these remarkable views. So you have wonderful school sites, potential. And I think between the work on the buildings and the outdoor spaces, these are completely and utterly transformed schools. They will be fairly unrecognizable by the time this is done.
And the other thing too, bringing that up, is all of these outdoor spaces. We heard from district staff, teachers, community, the desire to use the site as a classroom. So, you know, whether it's a water feature that happens to be there, everything that would be used in this site, in the outdoor spaces, as well as on the buildings, there's an opportunity to make that also a teaching tool, learning tool.
So I think I'll take it from here, Liane.
Yeah.
We'll move through the rest of this fairly quickly. I realize this is taking great board's time. No, this is important. No, it's good, Liane. We can go to the next slide, please. What I'll do is I'll go over with you a little bit about the cost. There's, of course, a great deal more information in the facilities master plan document you received, probably more than anyone wants to read in one lifetime. Before we go into the construction costs, because this is a very important part of master planning, it's not just about what you want, but it's also about how we get there. And one of the best ways to find how we get there is to understand the individual costs to help us prioritize in a future step. So you can read through this list as well. I just want to make sure you understand we've looked at all possible costs when we think about costs for you. It isn't just what the contractors paid or the subcontractors paid, it's all their markups. We make allowances for change orders and what we call design contingencies. These are things we don't know about yet. We're at a master plan level, so you add a design contingency that as you do more and more detailed actual design work, those get used for things we don't know about yet. Lots of non-construction costs that in public schools are a big percentage of the work, from the division state architect and testing and design and so forth. Very important part is construction escalation. Looking at the construction to the midpoint of construction, we've made some assumptions about when construction might begin, and we use the midpoint, so this means that it's possible for a good deal of this work to be done by 2024. So looking at midpoint of construction around 2023. And then lastly, presuming some use of existing portables, particularly at El Granada, and then sort of moving them around, I'm loath to spend money on temporary housing, but we also have to recognize we can't do this in the summer. It'll be phases. This will be, again, a future conversation. And we need to think about how we keep the site safe, how we don't disrupt the education program any more than we need to. And we have a space for students to go when we remove a building. Then lastly, we just have not included things like offsite work at Fairlawn View, the furniture and equipment, and then on-site generation, particularly solar panels, which we'll talk about. Next, please. So I have a summary estimate for both Fairlawn View and then El Granada. At the very last appendix of the report, we provided you the cost estimator's detailed estimate. This estimator we've worked with a lot of years and has a great deal of experience working in the San Francisco Bay Area and certainly looking at costs on the coast. So we have the greatest of confidence in these. Remember, when you look at these are costs of future dollars, including escalation, and then you'll see later we include those non-construction costs. So you can read this pretty well, but starting off at Fairlawn View, the administration kinder building, which is a renovation building, there's 10,000 square feet, and it cost about $5.8 million to do all the work that we imagine in a significant modernization. As you recall, we're really repurposing that building. So it's definitely has good bones, but there's a lot that needs to be removed to repurpose it in the way it should be used. Likewise, converting the old multi-use room into a library student union space. at 5,300 square feet is about 3.3 million. The new two-story classroom building is about $20 million. This is now new construction. Likewise, the new multi-purpose building at about 6.9, covered walkways. And always a big number is site work. And this is everything from the underground utilities, where a great deal of utility work the sites need, as you might imagine, from storm drain and gas and sewer, but also repaving. A lot of accessibility issues, particularly at Fairlawn View, is one of the reasons this cost is high, giving us a subtotal cost of construction of $43.1 million. And then that soft cost allowance. There are a number of conversations we've had about what the right percentage to use. This is a 25 to 30%. I tend to be conservative, so we're using a higher percentage that covers all of these sort of non-construction costs and many that aren't listed here, geotech services and so forth, CEQA and so forth, giving us a total cost of $56,038,000 for everything you see at Fairlawn View as part of the long-term master plan. Next. Same thing for El Granada, same format. We're looking at the first few buildings, which are the modernized buildings. So this is the admin classroom a building, which is again a pretty significant renovation, as well as the classroom building, which is being renovated to become the kindergarten, half of the kindergarten wing, and some general use classrooms. And then the new buildings, multi-purpose room, the new classroom building. We didn't talk about this much, but at El Granada, the new classroom building is single story. And so you'll see on a cost per square foot basis, there's a slight difference because of that, but relatively speaking, they're close. And then the covered outdoor area that Lyon talked about, and again, the site development costs, giving us about 39.8, the non-construction cost of a little over 11.9, for a total price of 51.7, including all those markups and escalation and design contingencies. So I know there's a lot of numbers I went through quickly, and I suspect there'll be some conversations around these. Next. We, of course, also want to know where this cost is relative to the first available funds. I want to remind something that I think Jesus did a fine job on reminding us of. In my 30 years of doing facility master planning, we've never found a facilities master plan that is immediately affordable with money available right now. They are rather long-term plans that look at both sides of funds available, as well as what we can do to continue to reduce costs, both of which we're committed to. So to no surprise, your master plan is just the same as all others. I'm actually sort of delighted as a percentage, nearly 3/4 of the plan is affordable. So here's how we found that. I've summarized the two costs I gave you before for $107,780,000, including all markups. And then with a great deal of help from the district, looking at funds available from Measure SM and some interest is about 88 million. But there are committed uses, very important committed uses, technology, furniture, and of course solar across the district, as well as some important deferred maintenance projects you have. So of the 88 million that's available, it gives us about $75 million of funds available, as I see as a very large first step towards completing the master plan. And it's certainly a position better than a number of districts I've worked with similar sort of needs, but less available funds. Next, please. So I know this is a lot. Lyon and I covered a lot of territory. Please think of this as the beginning of a conversation. It is certainly not the end of it. It's important to us is to hear some of your thoughts today. We're hoping for approval of the master plan. Again, recognizing that the approval of the master plan is not necessarily proving how all the steps you're going to take to get there, but rather you approve this as a blueprint of where we're working towards. We would recommend, as we've done with other districts, but of course a conversation with you is what's best, is how we would work with the school sites and you to prioritize the projects. I have some thoughts about that. You have some thoughts about it. I feel best from understanding from the schools, from the board particularly, what you consider priorities. Are they maintenance? Are they energy efficiency? From that, we can help develop the third bullet point, which becomes an implementation plan. What are the 3 steps or what are the 5 steps that get us to the master plan? What do those first phase projects look like? And one of the things that Jesus reminded us of, which I really admire, is making sure that at each step, we leave the school sites in a way, not only as we're building them, that we're protecting the sites and still allowing education to happen, but that when we finish this first round of projects before we wait to complete, that we leave you with a school that's fully functional as we wait for that last phase. And I'm also mindful that part of our duty, part of, I think, all we will work with at the school district will be to not only look at how we increase funds, but what can we do to reduce costs. And as we get into design, there are things we can do. We can look more carefully at the number of classrooms, as well as looking at how do we build things in the most cost-effective manner while still keeping your priorities. Next. So thank you for your patience with this. I know we covered a lot. I'm anxious to hear your thoughts and questions, and depending on your wishes, we could remove the PowerPoint show, but this certainly is our formal presentation to you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. I'd like to ask just a couple of questions. For these numbers, is there any inclusion of furnishings, the desks, the cabinets, all the things that go into a classroom? Last month, we happened to have just approved furnishings for kindergarten classrooms.
I have two answers for you. Not formally, we didn't actually identify our furniture and equipment budget, but I mentioned that we have what's called a design contingency. That's actually 15% of the project cost. So if you look at 15% of what I just presented, some of that money could be used for things that we're unaware of now. And certainly one of the prioritizations could be from the board to tell us that you want us to use some to cover furniture and equipment.
Cabinetry, there was some cabinetry,
Yes.
Built-in cabinetry is included.
Okay.
But not
In
movable
the classrooms, yeah.
On the El Granada School campus, CCP is shown as being relocated, and it's not just being relocated, but the footprint changes. Are those costs included?
Yes.
They are, in that they're in existing built. We're using the existing portables that are there, and so providing some work to move them in. But for the most part, they're able to move from where they are into those existing portables that are there. On the other hand, go ahead, Sean.
I need to speak to this.
Yeah.
I did reach out to the executive director from Coastside Children's Programs, and she and I will talk. Again, this is a facilities master plan about sort of the dream and the vision of what would work best for the school site and our needs. They have a long-standing MOU with us, and they have their own facilities. So it would be something that we would need to talk about with them. That would be probably phased, and that's something that still we need to discuss with CCP.
Again, just notionally for the site planning, it appears to be a different footprint. And so, if it became cost prohibitive, does this master plan, is it flexible to, like, if you didn't put the 2 classrooms by the library, could they get tagged on to the 7 classroom building? Or I mean, some of those, just subtle, keep the intent of your design, but accommodate some of those things that would help us with reducing cost overall.
That's a great example of how master plans should be flexible. The answer to your question is yes. The way we do it, if you look at I'm looking at the El Granada plan, I know you have it in front of you, but the blue building that shows 2 of the kindergarten classrooms could easily be repurposed to be 4 kindergarten classrooms. And then the 2 displaced classrooms could be part of the new building. So those sorts of things would be easy for us during design, if for whatever reason during conversations for the childcare space. By all means, that could be.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for your patience in working with the communities. I know you did get a lot of input, but it was a pleasure to be a part of the El Granada discussions, because that's my neighborhood. So thank you.
They were great.
Yeah.
They were wonderful, all the meetings we had with you guys.
So I just had a couple comments. I just wanted to say thank you, Mark and Leanne, for your work on this. And like Kim just said, your work with the community and soliciting the input from the teachers and the parents and the community members. And thank you to them as well for all of their work and helping to create this. It was a pleasure to read all the different comments from the different sites. I will just share that I personally am really excited about the outdoor spaces and particularly outdoor eating and other things. Both my children went to Farallon View. I live just a couple blocks away, so I completely concur in the community-based nature of all of our school sites. And having that outdoor eating space for the children, the outdoor learning space, the gardens, and the other things is really important. So I love seeing those elements in there. Clearly, we don't have enough money yet. So hopefully, there's some other ways of finding, whether it's state matching money or other kinds of ways. We also have some work that still needs to be done at the high school. So maybe in future facility master planning updates, we can look at some of that work as well. That's, I think, somewhat included in that 7 million of upgrades at other sites. But we have part of that was recently redone, but several buildings at the high school that also need significant electrical and other work. So I just wanted to kind of put a plug in for making sure that when the next time we look. But it's so exciting to see both the schools going at the same time, Farallon View and El Granada. And I also wanted just to give a big thank you to our community for the passage of our last bond, and just hope that the folks who kept questioning whether or not we were going to move forward on these other elementary schools as we've moved forward on Hatch can see that this process is underway and the community's already engaged, and that's really wonderful. So I want a big thank you to the community. And yeah, I look forward to seeing the next steps and trying to figure out how we can financially fit these all in to make these happen. So thanks so much for your work and your presentations. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
I just had a quick question. I was surprised to see that El Granada was on a septic system. Is that normal for a school? And is there any reason to keep it versus going on to the city water, or is that a possibility? It just caught my eye.
It's a good question. I will say I work in very rural school districts from Lake County all the way down to, of course, to yours, and in city locations like Mountain View. The more rural we get, the more common it is to see septic systems. I've had projects where we replaced the septic system. Others where there is, and I can't say we've studied this yet, but when there is a connection to public sanitation, it's well worth looking at the study of the cost to do renovation work to that versus the cost of connection. But it's not as uncommon as you might think in public schools, as well as having wells, believe it or not, schools with wells.
Need a big septic field.
Yeah.
A lot of people. Okay, and I assume that's something that you look into more detail further down the line.
Most definitely.
Okay. Yeah, no, I think it looks great. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what's going to happen. I'm excited about the environmental things. The net zero. I think that helps save us money down the line as well. And I'm really excited. So.
All right, forgot. I had one more question in terms of moving forward. Are we still going to move forward on both at the same time? And Sean, maybe this is a question for you.
I think that makes sense. I mean, if you didn't move everybody, if you didn't do the job simultaneously, of course, you'd have one school saying, why them first and not us first? But you'd also have, I just think it's better to phase the project, and you'd have temporary housing and students would go to that area, and you'd do the new building or the renovation, and you'd be doing that simultaneously, just because you can get it done. Otherwise, if you wait, then this project goes on and on.
No, I like that. I appreciate that. So thank you.
Sophia, I want to chime in with a couple questions as well. But first, I want to say I'm really excited too, and I'm really probably most excited about having a plan at this level, that we can look at the big picture, that 10 to 20 year time horizon, and really think holistically about what are our needs and how might we address those needs, and with this preliminary plan, continue to iteratively address those more concretely over time. I think this is like, huge thanks to the district staff and to Jim Crawford and to Quadroki Croc and all your team there that's been working with us to help us get to this point where we have a plan. And just that slide, I want to frame it. There's that one slide that you had with, which I'm sure Jim was helpful with regards to kind of the budget that we have, the kind of expected expenditures for these potential projects, and additional kind of reservations for other technology and furniture, whatnot. I think that's fantastic. You know, like Freya, probably the first thing I noticed in that slide, and that's probably where I spent most of my time. I appreciate the community input on the designs, and I don't have as much input on that. But making sure that we do have some thoughtful assessment and planning for what is needed at the high school, I think is important, as that in this time frame will have been our only site not yet fully really assessed and dealt with. Kind of, you know, eventually we'll get back to Cunha and start the process all over again, but I think we have a couple decades to go on that. But at least that would be my recommendations, taking a realistic look at the high school for the next 10, 20 years or so. And I'm curious if, I know at Hatch we had ended up going with kind of like prefabricated components. Have you thought about that, or do you have opinions on whether those are options that you would consider for this, or do you see like a kind of from scratch builds on these buildings?
We would. One of the things I like about the pre-engineered types of buildings, for example, at Hatch, we look at those, that kind of quality of buildings, the kind of buildings that we think about for you on these sites, and those have an efficiency for time and potential cost savings. And we look at both on many projects, and if it turns out that it is more cost effective to look at pre-engineered buildings like at Hatch, we most definitely would consider those for the new buildings.
Okay, cool. A couple more questions. In terms of just thinking again about that whole picture, does that listing, I forget what page it was on, but maybe I have a couple questions on it. If you are able to pull that up, that might be helpful. But thinking about, I know a couple things that were out of scope, including the fields, and I know fields can add up, and I know we haven't done the Hatch field yet as well. That might be something to consider in that kind of pocket of reserves that we keep. This is probably more on our end for, like, we know we are going to want to do something at Hatch, something at Fairlawn View, something at El Granada. Maybe there's potential for community support on those, but probably at least bookmarking those somehow would be helpful. Just because these things add up, and all of a sudden it's like $5 million, and where did that come from, right? That $6 million for technology, furniture, and solar. I also, maybe for a future version, maybe kind of just pressure testing and making sure that that's enough, especially with solar. Although ideally it will pay itself back over time. Making sure that that's a realistic estimate. So yeah, I think appreciate your having such a extensive process of getting the community input and being committed to exploring those cost savings, and also I think it's also an opportunity to explore partnership opportunities to share those facilities and investments if we anticipate substantial use. Are there ways that we can get support from county or other partners? Realizing this particular point in time, most government agencies are suffering the budget cuts that we expect as well. But given there are potential synergies for those two sites in particular with healthcare or library or recreation or other social services, similar to our partnership with Boys and Girls Club at Cunha, are there opportunities with the county or recreational districts or others up there? Similarly, and I think you alluded to this, Mark, state matching grant opportunities, if there's something there, kind of just ballparking, maybe helping us with the next iteration, have some sense, is that 5 million, is that 20 million, plus or minus what would be helpful. I'm also curious if that estimate anywhere in there is the Sizerco Energy Services contract that we are looking at later this evening. And I ask because it's a fairly substantial investment, which I think is a good one, but we should also probably dock out 1.7 million from our pocketbook on this slide as well for future iterations if we move forward with that.
So if I may answer this real quick, we did invite County Supervisor Don Horsley and did speak with him. I sat down with him and with Len Erickson actually to talk about the plans for these schools. Mid-Coast Council members were invited, and I attended some of the meetings. So thank you to Len Erickson, thank you to Don Horsley. Certainly that would be something we would need to look at is, are there, as you say, synergies that the community might contribute in some part, in any part, considering that part of the grand vision of this is to make this a community center, to make these sites available to community members. Certainly in the prioritization, we would always prioritize first instructional spaces for our students. That is going to be part of the discussion that we will have with these schools ongoing, is to talk, and they said that in their own community meetings. We did talk about field space with both groups. And of course, that's a later phase of work because that's not where the instructional core is, right? So I think the prioritization going forward will be about the instructional spaces and then talk about the other things. So we will definitely look for partnership with community members ongoing to see if there's some kind of synergy there, because we're ostensibly saying we could build a space that the community members could use. I know that that might be useful for community members in El Granada, Montera, that whole area, the north coast side, right? And then I think as far as, yeah, the fields too, if we wanted to look at that, that's later work. The matching funds. We still need to investigate matching funds, as I understand it. Matching funds have not been achieved or attained from the state. And so that is another process that we would be bringing back to the board to talk about how that could how we could bring that to bear for the project in the big plan.
Good, thank you. But yeah, I can't say enough fantastic work, and so amazing to have kind of this big picture thinking at this stage in such a collaborative way, and it's such a practical, transparent way for us, I think, as decision makers, and for our community as the sponsors. As you know, we've noted several times, and the gratitude comes with the responsibility of accountability for how we're spending our community's money. I think that's super, super important. So having these conversations and so many people involved kind of listening in and having recordings available and having documents available, I think we can't, this is fantastic in terms of showing the gratitude, kind of putting our money, proverbial money where our mouth is with our community in terms of how we're using those funds.
I think everybody's spoken now except Lizette, maybe?
Yes, Lizette, did you have any comments or questions?
I think everybody pretty much said everything and answered my questions. I was just wondering how it was going to be done, but I guess this is what the ideal would be. But of course, downsizing or just making adjustments so that things get done. But no, I thank you, everybody, and thank you for all the work to the people that did the presentation.
And I have just one more question, Sean, for you in terms of kind of next steps from the planning phase. Now, will you all work together to take the input from us and do some more of the kind of these little homework bits and come back later for approval at some point?
Yes,
knowing
that's
that,
right.
of course, with design planning will have more pressure testing, whatever, but something at this level.
Yes, I mean, I think as the presentation showed, this is an iterative process. As Mark has referenced, every master plan is a huge, big, hairy, audacious goal, and then you have to go back and prioritize what you can get done. And our experience in other districts would mean that, that goes back to the community, looking at what is essential and what is core to instruction, having us figure out what other funds are available. It is an iterative process. I would hope that we would continue. I intend to continue to engage with Quattrochi Qualkin Associates to see if they can help us with these next steps to, pare this down. And of course, Jesus Contreras and Jim Crawford continue to look at other funding sources. This is an information item tonight. This is not up for approval tonight, but in the future, we would bring this back to the board along the way to sort of say, okay, this is the next steps. These are what we've been able to pare it down. And of course, we wouldn't break ground or we'd have to go out to bid for, you know, how to get it built. So that's just now a discussion that we go back to QKA and figure out, okay, how do we go back and figure out from the sites how to make this, to prioritize and make phases, and then figure out how next steps forward. And then we would bring it to the board for approval when it's time to start actually paying people to do the more nitty gritty part of the work. Mark, did I get that right?
You did a marvelous job answering that for me. Whenever I get the hard questions, I'm going to make sure you answer them. I really like the way Sean characterized that, because the master plan, as I described, is sort of, in and of itself lives as a standalone document. What our next step is to work at staff level, it sounds, as Sean suggested, to come back to the board with, now here's how we propose with the funds available to execute 3/4 of that. Meanwhile, the board is able to ultimately approve the master plan, knowing that the implementation plan, as I called it, or the project list, will be developed so that you feel comfortable approving a master plan, knowing how you'll get there. And then undoubtedly, as that design goes forward, there'll be iterations on what that implementation plan looks like. I wouldn't feel comfortable asking the board, if you were to vote today to approve this, without understanding how we're going to get you there in the first 3/4 of it. So I feel very comfortable with the next step. I look forward to coming back to you with, based on what we heard, these are the priorities, and here's how we could spend the funds available to you to realize those priorities. So again, we leave you with a school that works very well when we've completed 3/4 of the master plan. And I'm hoping to do that.
Yeah, I did also hear loud and clear that there's some interest in the board, and I think an interest on my part to make sure that we also look at Half Moon Bay High School, because we recognize some work needs to be done that. So that's the work that staff needs to do also. So I think because this is agendized as an information item, we will come back at some later date with an approval. And so I think that's showing the work so far. And again, this is an iterative process. I want to thank QKA and the school communities, the teachers, the support staff, the principals, and the community members who showed up to help dream these big dreams.
Thank you all for having us. We really enjoyed the time with you. Look forward to working with you as we realize this. That's the fun part.
Thank you so much, Mark. It'd be nice to see the next steps and how we might phase this.
Yes.
So we can actually get going without having to have all of the funds available, but actually start to realize step by step these goals.
Agreed. Good. Look forward to being part of that.
Thank you. I'm going to take a point of order right now. I realize we're at what, 9:13, and I anticipate us going past 10 o'clock. Do I have a motion to extend our meeting past 10 o'clock this evening?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second. Nope. Go ahead, Mary Beth.
Doesn't matter.
Thank you. And it's a roll call because it's Zoom. So
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
And Lizette?
Aye.
Thank you so much. Motion passes. Next up on our agenda is the Visual and Performing Arts presentation.
Thank you, President Hines. Good evening, President Hines, trustees, Dr. McFettridge, colleagues and community. And I'll wait for Rosie to project the PowerPoint presentation. And I'm going to attempt to move the screens, move the slides myself, if I can see. And Rosie, I'm not seeing at the bottom. Click, okay, maybe do that again. Oh, now I'm controlling it, got it. So thank you so much. I'm very excited to be here today to just present to you an overview of our visual and performing arts. And what this presentation will do tonight is to provide an overview, starting a very big picture from the California Department of Education, Then we will continue to look at how San Mateo County has taken the newly revised visual arts and performing arts standards, and then take a look at what we currently have and then where we would like to go in the future. And then Rosie, oh, here I am again. Okay. So this is what I mentioned, and then also talk about next steps in regards to visual arts and performing arts. And so here you will see that on January 9th, 2019, the State Board of Education adopted and revised the California Arts Standards for pre-K through 12 visual arts and performing arts. And as you can see at the bottom, they basically have grouped all of the art standards into 5 different disciplinary practices: dance, media arts, music, theater, and visual arts. And all of these links are live, so should any of our board or community, our teachers would like to see more on this amazing plan that California Department of published, you can feel free to click on the links there. And then the next slide. This next slide talks about the importance of ensuring that we're also teaching our students about artistic literacy. And towards the left, I'm just going to give you a broad overview of these 6 literacy goals. The first is the arts as a communication venue, in making sure that our citizens use a variety of ways of artistic media and symbols and metaphors in order to communicate with others. The second literacy goal is around personal realization, creative personal realization. And participation in the arts or performance and audience is just making sure that we embed the arts in lifelong satisfaction and a well-rounded person. The third artistic literacy goal, I feel, is very pertinent here at Cabrillo Unified School District, because we have many cultures and a lot of history where we can use the arts as an anchor to ensure that we value all of our students and families' differences and use this as the glue to tie our communities together. One thing that conversations that we have been having with ALAS is trying to see how we can embed more of our Hispanic, Latino, mariachi in giving opportunities for our students to also learn about our other 50% of our students who are of Latinx descent. The fourth one also calls out to me, the fourth goal, the arts as a means to well-being. And to be honest with you, me personally, in the transition of COVID, I use music to soothe me when things get a little stressful. And so I think it's important for us to also teach students that music is a way to fulfill social emotional well-being. The fifth literacy goal is the arts as a community engagement, is bringing our communities together. And lastly, of course, is the arts as a profession. And we saw tonight with the celebration of our graduates that 2 of our graduates have used the arts not only as a profession as a student, but I believe strongly that the arts also supports in academic achievement. And so this is a very dense slide. I typically try not to put too much text, but I felt it was a very powerful portion of the VAPA standards from the California Department of Education. Okay, now we're going to transition to the San Mateo County Office of Education. And I am very proud to to be a part of San Mateo County, because they had a very quick transition between the publishing of the 2019 Visual Arts and Performing Arts Standards from the state and translating to what it means here as the County of San Mateo. And President Hines, you and I were very blessed to be able pre-COVID attend the grand opening and presentation of the VAPA strategic plan. And their vision is to ensure that every student in San Mateo County Public School receives engaging, impactful arts education delivered by high quality instructor. And the goal and the thread that ties the San Mateo County strategic plan is equity, and making sure that we ensure that we give access to arts education for all students beginning in kindergarten. And there are some 2 data points that I did want to point out, that in San Mateo County, we have only 44% of students who have received, I'm sorry, I might have accidentally changed the slide, that have received arts education in secondary. And then the next, I apologize, I'm not quite sure why the slide is changing. And then the next one, I wanted to, schools with a higher population of students that are from socioeconomically disadvantaged families, the access to the arts is much less. And again, as Dr. McFetridge mentioned, and the board has mentioned tonight, equity and access is the lens that all of us here at Cabrillo Unified look at when making decisions in regards to policy programs and the supports for both our students and our families. The next slide will show you some data points in regards to arts education and success in school, in career, and life. And as I mentioned, we just saw 2 out of 3 of our salutatorians and co-valedictorians are experts in the arts. And I know, President Hines, we have had conversations around this, that it seems to be a pattern every year here at Cabrillo. In career and life. And longitudinal data of 25,000 students demonstrates that involvement in the arts is linked to higher academic performance, increased standardized test scores, more community service, and lower dropout rates. And this is regardless of socioeconomic status. There is data that the music does support cognitive and developmental benefits. And in a survey by IBM, 1,500 CEOs were asked, what is the most important leadership quality? And they said that it's very hard for us to find, where 85% of them mentioned that it's very hard for executives to find applicants that have the creativity piece. 1 in 10 jobs in California is now in creative industries, and creative economy is the 2nd largest regional business sector. And as we proceed and look in the future, we also want to take a look at defining our arts pathways K through 12, and making sure that we connect the dots between elementary, middle, and high school. The arts also, as I mentioned earlier, can help as supporting and celebrating cultural differences, honoring all student voices, and helping students embrace their own creativity and unique identity. And lastly, there is data that arts-based program reinforces second language acquisition for English learners. And here at Cabrillo, starting in kinder, we start off with about 40% of English learners. And of course, through reclassification, that percentage does increase. But if we look at the every ELs, students that have been reclassified as well as current English learners, we have that percentage of about 45% of our students as English learners in our community. Okay, and also it's important for me to point out that the visual arts and performing arts pathways and access to VAPA are directly linked to our LCAP and MTSS connection. Our LCAP goals are centered around college and career and English learner support. The data demonstrates that VAPA will support increased graduation rates as well as increased performance for our English learner students. Also, goal number 2, student engagement. If students come with different different gifts, different modes of learning, and the arts are a way for us to increase student engagement. Parent involvement is also critical. As we all know, when we have our students, any student performance, we do have a high percentage of parent involvement within our communities. And the arts can also lend themselves to our LCAP Goal 4, which is a positive school climate. MTSS is all about equity and access, and making sure that we thread that equity, that equity piece VAPA can support with the MTSS connection that we will continue to engage in the upcoming school year. Now, the next phase of the presentation is an overview of our current VAPA programs. And you see El Granada School Talent Show in the background here. So we'll go ahead and start with visual arts and how it looks like in the elementary versus the secondary. In elementary, we do have integrated art lessons beginning in pre-K all the way through 5th grade. Some of our school sites and PTOs are also advocates of the arts and support art in action. There are a variety of school-wide projects, and we are very thankful for our PTO and CEF and other parent organizations that support us with resources, materials, and supplies and programs in the elementary. At the secondary level, we have the following introductory and advanced courses being offered: digital art design, Art 1 through 3, and AP art, AP studio art, and metal sculpture beginning in advance. And I also thought it was important to share with you the enrollment. At Half Moon Bay High School, we have about 345 students participate in these courses. At Cunha Intermediate, about 240. Performing arts in elementary look like making sure that we allow our students to engage in having discourse and supporting the development of literacy. With performing arts, this is one of the arts sectors that can support our English learners. If our students are given the opportunity to speak and use language, our English learners will acquire the English language faster than if these opportunities were not available to our students. In elementary, we also have partnerships in performing arts. We have performing arts groups that come to our school sites. We have unique opportunities for participation, and this varies per elementary side, and continued PTO support for the performing arts. In secondary, we do have drama and broadcasting. At Half Moon Bay High School, we serve a total of 154 students. At Cunha Intermediate, a total of 145 students. And so keeping in mind an estimate right now of almost, just with the visual arts and the performing arts, we have an estimate of about 50% of our students engaging in visual or performing arts. Now, music in elementary, all of our elementary educators use music and embed music in daily routines. PTO also continue to support distinct specific site programs that support music. And in 5th grade, we do have band. At the secondary level, we have the following band courses: jazz, instrumental, choral, marching, and ensemble. And at secondary, we also have our secondary students engage in community performances. And here is the course enrollment when we're looking at music. And so community events, and at Cabrillo Unified School District, we see art embedded within all of our communities. Talent shows, festivals and fiestas, parent engagement through crafts, and as well as secondary partnerships with the elementary school. And here you have one example of a parent community event. Now, I definitely want to thank our VAPA educators. They did complete a survey to help me understand what they are the most proud of in regards to the Cabrillo Unified School District VAPA program. So I'll read some of these quotes. One staff member said, providing a safe space for students to voice opinions, express ideas, and create meaningful using visual art techniques, materials, and perspectives. Another staff member mentioned being proud of seeing the development of skills as my students become actors who could lean into their performances on stage. The skills that they learn in theater are easily transferable to other classes, public speaking, working in groups, etc. And as the last quote, students working with 3D models and bringing them into our 21st century set of skills in regards to 3D modeling. And so some of our next steps. Next year, whether it's virtual or in person, we will begin a VAPA committee, and I'm looking forward to President Hines, you joining us at this committee. So we'll send out more information in the summer in regards to this committee. We already do have about 4 staff members that have accepted being part of the committee. And within the VAPA committee, our goal is to utilize the California Department of Ed VAPA standards, as well as the San Mateo County Office of Ed VAPA strategic plan in order to create our Cabrillo VAPA master plan. And as we did this year with our English learner master plan, this is definitely a journey. And we hope to bring to the board at the end of next school year just a VAPA master plan that will look at our current VAPA programs at Cabrillo Unified School District, and as well as recommend pathways, potential adoptions of VAPA curriculum, materials, supplies, trainings. I attended an in-person training pre-COVID, and there are many visual arts, performing arts programs and strategies that can support all our students in improving their academic vocabulary. And so we hope that the VAPA committee can help define and grow pathways and help us determine what curriculum, materials, and tools our teachers need in order for us to not only grow the pathways, but also make sure that we are integrating the arts into all of our courses, but in particular, the integration of the arts in language to support our English language learners. And as we know, the COVID-19 has kind of shifted some of the fundings from the state of California. And at this time, there have not been any VAPA related grants. In my previous world, our district was able to write a grant that was worth $750,000. And so I'm waiting for another opportunity of any amount for us to engage in VAPA related grants to continue to grow pathways. And so I do want to end the presentation with one of my favorite quotes from Pablo Picasso. Every child is an artist. The problem is how to remain an artist once we grow up. And I believe now any questions from our board?
Thank you so much. I wanted to give Lizette a chance to chime in. So since we don't see her face.
Thank you, Leticia. I really appreciate your time and dedication to the presentation. I completely agree that music is also another way to help children to grow and to learn. I know I had a conversation with Kim, and I have enrolled my daughter in piano classes. And to be honest, I didn't really know. I just wanted to expose her to expose her more. And it definitely is a completely different language. And it has helped her in some areas. So the presentation was very helpful. It's just trying to see how it's gonna all evolved with COVID and the lack of funding. But I think I can only speak for the elementary because I have a daughter in elementary, and just to see how amazing it is to have those art enrichment programs from PTO and have the kids exposed to music. And my daughter is a visual learner, so I know she benefits a lot from that. Thank you, and thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Lisette.
I can also chime in. Thank you, Leticia, for the great presentation and anchoring us with the standards from the state in terms of kind of what we can aspire to. I also really appreciate a couple other things that you've touched on. One was your closing comment about integration and the opportunity to really embed the arts as a creative expression and creative way of learning and supporting all the pillars of our LCAP through, creative ways to address language acquisition and social emotional well-being, and really how it's one of the things I appreciate most about the elementary school setting, and one of the I would say concerns that I have as kids grow up. Things get so specialized and so separated and parsed out that I think about this. I think about next generation science standards. I think about social studies standards. It's like, frankly, I look at a kid's schedule every day, and it's like, oftentimes I feel like we're putting them through a lot of things that have nothing to do with one another, right? In the course of a day, they're jumping around from algebra to U.S. history, so on and so forth. If the visual and performing arts and everything from painting to history, integrating to history and dance and PE, like life is one big integrated mess. And to the extent that maybe we can use visual and performing arts and all the elements of it to really be a glue that holds other things together, maybe that's another way we can think about achieving that integration that you referred to, and not adding another thing to our kids' experience, which is like not connected. But maybe it can be something that connects rather than adding necessarily a separate stream. And just making school like a holistic, continue to make school a more holistic experience for them. And I think that improves engagement, improves graduation rates, literacy, everything gets better when they feel like they're addressed as a whole child. The other thing I really liked was your mention of the ALICE group and how having VAPA programs that are really culturally relevant for our students means a lot. And of course, we want to expose all of our students to different things as well. But I always remember something about reading, about books, and how it's important to read like a variety of kinds of books, some where you really relate to the character, and somewhere the character is nothing like you, right? So it's like that balance, and how do we give kids, that balance of things that are, yes, some things that are traditional things in those fields that they should be exposed to have like a cultural literacy that makes it easy when you're, be it on the golf course, schmoozing with your lawyer friends, right? Or, things that really are like remind you of home and say, yeah, school's for me because this is the kind of music I hear at home, or I could see my family in this realm. This isn't so far that I can't relate to it. So having a community group and because the arts are so personal, be involved in how we build that, I think is tremendous. So thank you for all your work on that front as well.
Thank you, Sophia. And I did want to mention, I forgot to mention that I do want to give a shout out to Mayra and Rosalva from our family engagement and migrant community, and also Jill Jacobson, because we are in the process of developing a level of support of remote support for our middle school students. And we want to try to, again, use the arts and some mariachi and music component to address social emotional well-being, as well as motivation and support for our students. So I do want to say that we have already begun. I mean, our VAPA teachers are amazing. As we can see, our students are they're successful, and the arts continue to help students become more successful. And we continue to see opportunities of how we can grow VAPA, grow opportunities for our students to get exposed to VAPA.
Leticia, I just also want to reiterate the thanks that's already been given to you for pulling all of this together and creating the plan for next year. And Kim, of course, for keeping on this for the last 3 years to kind of make sure that this is really being looked at and taken seriously. And while I'm excited about the VAPA master plan that you're creating, I'm also excited about kind of the stuff that Sophia was mentioning in terms of the integration, and you brought it up as well, that hopefully this stuff can then be incorporated into our LCAP, into those goals, so that when we're talking about the literacy, we're talking about math acquisition and scores, we're also talking about music and performances and other things that help to support those goals as well, that they're not just independent of themselves, which they are, but they're also that integrated whole that makes for that whole child that can succeed in those other ways and better ways. So just want to reiterate that support for that. So exciting that we're moving forward on this now. Thank you.
Great.
I don't want to take up too much time, but I do appreciate both Leticia and Sean, and knowing that the administration is looking at this K through 12, not just at isolated classes, as Sophia mentioned, this integrated whole, recognizing that equity component, I think, is so key. I've looked at the studies at USC and how they've taken at-risk populations and gotten kids started in elementary with music, and how their academic performance in reading and math substantially improves when you have that full suite of cognitive experiences. And I with a background in education myself, I know that that is a key component here, that we don't look at like basic education or core classes and music as something mutually exclusive. So thank you for integrating the conversation for us. The piece that's also integrated here, well, we had 2 of our 3 valedictorian, salutatorian students that were honored tonight being part of jazz band. What I want to speak to, it's not just our highest performing students, but those kids who come through the music program, middle school, high school, they are community. And it is a cross section that, if you are in a remedial track of education, you might not interact with your AP track students, and vice versa. And what I witnessed both under Mr. Evans and Walter Anderson at the high school is these communities of in the band, in the choir, they have a cross section of students, and as community they support each other with values that I think are indicative of what Half Moon Bay High School is. So I can reflect on it in hindsight. Very different children and what their priorities are in life, but at that crossroads, there's a lot of meaning there. And when you have a kid that's struggling with their classes, having someone sit next to them, root them on and say, you can do this, and help them with their homework on other classes just because they cross paths in jazz band, I think just rocks. So it's notional, anecdotal, but it's true to our community. So I look forward to the planning to come. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Can I make one more comment too? And I make this comment to Sean a lot, and Leticia probably whenever we speak as well. I think also I just want to add how important it is to have student voices involved in these conversations as well. And I know that can be hard to gather sometimes, but really finding ways to make sure what we do really truly meets our students' needs as well. And obviously the way you gather information from students is different than the way you gather from grown-ups. But I often wonder, I could think of things that I think are pretty cool, but I'm not sure most kids would think they're pretty cool. Probably not, because I'm pretty not cool to most kids, as I have a tween and a teen. So it's probably particularly acute in that age demographic. But to the extent that we can get real input from kids, I think they know what they like and they know what's going to fly. And having them involved in that process, I think, is really, really important.
Thank
So I'll
you.
just say that as a general statement.
I also agree with you, Sophia. And we definitely will make it a point next year to see how we can obtain input as we develop the master plan.
Yeah. And I say for pretty much anything, even going back to school in the fall, or curricula, or what have you. I think to me that's kind of a general thing, as we've done a really good job increasing our parent input, and be great to see that continue to increase and in quality as well, and that you've done so much to further that, especially for families who have not historically been well represented in conversations like that. And so, yeah, aspirational, I'd say let's get the kids chiming in and being part of the solution.
I'm going to tag on to that. While I very much value our children's input, I have also seen in this district surveys, and you would get a soup to nuts variety, that I think it's really important as the VEPA committee goes forward, taking the equity issue, knowing what, and just a shout out to Boys and Girls Club and Alice. I know Jill Jacobson was writing grants with me when we were trying to keep jazz band on the books and marching band at the high school when there were threats of cancellation. I know that there's that the eyes and ears within Boys and Girls Club to help support these values. But I think it's really, sometimes you don't know what you don't know. And that's why bringing these conversations forward to have that full conversation is tremendous. So thank you so much. Let's see, let's move on to our financial overview and discussion.
Good evening, President Hines and members of the board. Rosie, can you please set up our presentation? I am going to take the challenge of bringing us to talk to you about the financial overview, an update on this, coming from the dream of our master plan and this beautiful VAPA presentation. I just want to take the challenge to hope that this presentation also inspires some hope as to we move forward and realize that, Rosie, can you give us the next slide? So telling you where we are right now, we are in budget development. We are looking at the different scenarios, and we also have something that back on March 12th, it was a different reality than the last few weeks have been. And as we look into developing the budget that will be coming to you at our next board meeting on June the 18th, that we'll have a deep presentation with what the different options for us are. And if you can give us the next slide, Rosie, I included in here a something from the Department of Finance. The next slide. It's the reality, and that we were talking and circulating back in May 7th. It's amazing how fast news become old. So the Department of Finance back on May 7th, Rosie, can we take a look at the next slide? Back then, we were just bringing the whole notion of unemployment is going crazy. We're losing so many jobs, and we might think that we might go up to 18% or higher, and we are facing a big recession. We're facing things beyond that of the magnitude of the Great Recession that we had in 2009, 2010. And the whole notion that California is going to be losing about 9% of its projected income, and that the housing and construction was not moving at all. So we are, this is the May Department of Finance that kept on telling us, remember the big recession? Go back to some of the practices that we had back during the big recession. So that was the May 7th. And on the next slide, we have the May 14, just a week later, and saying, oh, by the way, the state of California is facing a $54 billion budget deficit, a far cry from the $84 billion that we were expecting, 2 months before that. We are depleting the rainy fund, and we are looking at Prop 90A declining of about $18 billion. And of course, 10% of cut off the LCFF, but we are saying, but maybe the federal dollar will come and help us. Maybe the HERO Act that we were hoping that it would be passing, will help us. By the way, they're telling us, okay, consider the COLA is 0 and expect -2 to 15% of COLA instead. So as we are looking into the budget development, we're taking all this information, the Department of Finance, the Office of the Governor, the Legislative Analyst Office. We are taking all that information and bringing forward what will be the budget that we will present to you. And at the May 14, May revise, there were some mitigating measure that said, okay, let's look at that $4.4 billion that we would expect from the federal government to mitigate those the closure of our schools, and then let's take 2.3 billions to make some contributions to help the school districts with contributions rates for 2 years, to 2020 and 2021, 22. And also, let us keep the special ed base at 645. These are the things that are right now being debated as we're looking into a June 15th budget adoption, state of California budget adoption. So this is, and I put together this a week ago, and as I look at them, so these are all news already. So that's what I was saying, how fast the news become old as we continue this notion of developing a budget that it is in alignment with all the different things that we would need to consider. And So now, what is it that we look at? So the pressures pre-COVID, it's amazing how we're coining terms like pre-COVID and that we had. Rosie, can you please give us the next? The pre-COVID pressures that we had as a district had to do with the healthcare, the pensions liability, the high cost of special ed, and that we're looking into declining enrollment. To that, we have added what is the cost of remote learning and how are we going to be reopening our schools. So these pressures, these challenges, these opportunities are the ones that we are going to, that we are embracing as we do what President Hines referred to. We really have to do a yes and attitude so that we can move forward with these challenges, opportunities, and the next slide we're saying like, so what do we need to do? We need to exercise all flexibility that we possibly can, and things that are being out there right now is we are going to be facing a cash flow constrictions. We had informed the board of our basic aid coming in, going out, and then what is going to be our reality. We will need to go into interfund borrowing and some of those things, resolutions that we're bringing to you, because we will be exercising that. And we will need to see, and our promise, like, okay, maybe we can, the contributions to our routine resident restricted maintenance can be avoided. So all these are measures that will help us navigate this fiscal landscape, so that we can continue to look for that sustainability, that fiscal solvency and sustainability. And other thing that is put out there is that how districts could take the proceeds from any surplus property as a one-time general fund. This is not in concrete just yet. Those are things that are being out there that need to become law. And how to then use the technology-based options to serve our students with disabilities. This is only a few of the several things that we can that are put out there that we could potentially get into it. But to get there, on the next slide, we're just reiterating that we have been hearing all this throughout this board meeting, is that it's going to have to be based on the dialogue and dialogue among all stakeholders, such that we can creatively really come with ways in which we can minimize our reductions. And just something that I remember from the previous recession, from the big recession, I remember that we were told about, okay, we have to develop a high tolerance for ambiguity. And back then, we started to develop budgets in the middle of ambiguity. And the way that we really could, we learned really a lot about the whole idea of bringing reserves, because reserves were the things that would help us deal with ambiguity. But and another item, we will be bringing some of that, that's the base of that, so that we can look into sustainability and dealing with ambiguity. Then one of the measures would be for us to get a solid policy, something that would get us to look into at reserves as one of the measures to achieve sustainability. And of course, it's better together. And this is a partnership. Education is a partnership, as it was expressed earlier, and it's a partnership that requires togetherness, so that we can walk through this ocean sea of ambiguity. And that's what I had presented. What seem to be old news, even though they're only a week old. And that's the presentation. Any questions that you might have?
Thank you so much for your presentation. Just point of order, when should I be reading the comment from the public?
Probably best to do that before you all make your own comments.
Okay, thank you. So this is from, I'm trying to get a view where I could read it. Hang on just a second. This is a comment submitted by CUTA. CUTA would like to make further comments on the financial report. CUTA has information from the California Teachers Association on the May revise. At this point, we can all agree that we are facing a huge challenge. The governor's revision seems shocking. I believe we can all agree that we need federal relief. According to the district presentation, federal relief per the HEROES Fund might mitigate the effect. According to CTA, if the HEROES Fund is adopted, cuts to the CFF and categorical programs will go away. We need to work together to encourage the adoption of the Act. According to the district presentation, COLA is zeroed out. We are told by the district to expect 2 to 50% negative COLA instead. School Services, an independent non-state agency, is recommending that districts zero out the COLA and then make cuts. The situation is dire, but not as extreme as stated, because in fact, COLA is not zeroed out. There is an expected COLA that will be added each year for the 2021 and the 21-22 to the CFF base grant. The COLA formula will be applied and then cut by 10%. This is still not good news, but the year-over-year cut will be 7.92% to the LCFF base grant. The overall cuts will be between 7.2% and 9%. Regarding mitigating measures, we agree that the $4.4 billion in funds for learning loss mitigation is helpful and needed, as well as the federal elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds of $1.6 billion. CalSTRS and CalPERS buy downs have been reduced almost 3% in 2021 from 19.1% to 18.4% to 16.15%. CalSTRS and CalPERS buy downs have been reduced over 2% in 21-22 from 18.2% to 16.02%. We recognize that we need more federal dollars. Regarding some of CUSD's financial pressures, the presentation implies that healthcare costs are becoming more burdensome. In fact, teacher benefit costs year over year have decreased as a percentage of total outgo of the budget from 8% in 2014-15 to 6% in 19-20. This can be explained by the increase in teachers receiving employee-only benefits. The cost for teacher health and welfare benefits is trending down. In 2014-15, the certificated cost of health and welfare benefits was $2,408,822. In 1920, the cost is $2,304,464. That is a decrease of over $104,000 in real dollars in the cost of health and welfare benefits from 2014-15 to 2019-20. This might not seem significant. Whoops, and lost my screen. This might not seem significant, but a decrease in costs is not burdensome. In fact, you can expect it to decrease more as teachers resign and retire. CUTA, how to move forward. CUTA recommends that the board puts off consideration of item 13H, adoption of board policy 3100.1, financial reserves. Please ponder all financial decisions. Given the uncertainty with COVID-19 pandemic, having greater reserves may seem wise. However, there is no reason for creating a reserve that is more than 5 times the mandated 3% level. And there's absolutely no reason to make it board policy. The justification for a 16% reserve should be more than other basic aid districts do it. Of course they do it. They have a lot of money. Our nearest K-8 basic aid district is Hillsborough. 40% of Hillsborough's budget outgo is to teacher salaries. 30% of CUSD's budget outgo is to teacher salaries. CUTA would happily accept 40% of the budget outgo. Other basic aid districts do it is not a valid reason. Now is not the time to make quick financial decisions. Please do your due diligence. Consult former board members. Consult community members with financial expertise. CUTA remembers that the board does not consent to item 13D, approval of literacy teacher on special assignment, TOSA position. The position is a coaching or training position. It will not have immediate positive impact on students. We understand the need for implementing multi-tiered systems of support. However, now is not the time. Now is the time to employ nurses and teachers to lower class sizes in our new socially distanced world. CUTA remembers that the board does not create new positions unless they are needed to implement the safe resumption of school. I'm sorry, CUTA recommends. CUTA is aware that there are difficult days ahead. We thank you for serving as school board members. So thank you, CUTA, for submitting comments for this particular item. And I will open up the conversation for other board members to weigh in on the financial presentation.
I could start if others are unmuting themselves. Give me time. Thank you, Jesus, for in your very, very kind, compassionate style, delivering more bad news to us. And not that it's not expected, and not that it's not real, not that it's not something none of us wants to hear. But a lot of what's going on in the world right now, we don't want to hear, about the gravity of the situation we find ourselves in this pandemic. And that's on top of, what we felt was a pretty challenging situation for public education in California beforehand. So thank you for your constant, trying to kind of ingrain hope in this process. And I do share that, because I think sometimes, I think I mentioned this earlier too, where you have such large traumatic disruptive events, those are the opportunities to really look ourselves in the mirror and say, what can we do better, right? What kind of change can we look at here, and how do we think about things differently, and how do we make sure we remind ourselves why we're here? I'm not here for any other person on this video conference. I'm not here for, any adult or any, my own personal children. I'm here for the 3,000 kids that we need to serve, and being able to handle this complex landscape of our resources is really essential to be able to do that. Financial resources, human resources, physical resources. So it's a hard but very, very important conversation that we continue to have. I think it's tough because I think we'd all like to see some more support from our federal government. I think we can and should continue to push at the state level. The realities are they got their hands tied behind their backs too, and we know legislators are pushing back on Governor Newsom's proposed budget without any real solutions, because there frankly doesn't seem to be much of that going around in terms of what you do with the $54 billion deficit. Our federal government, I think most word on the street and most observations from historical perspective is not favorable either. And I think all word is HEROES Act, as much as we would love to see that pass, and that would be a great help. Few folks are actually holding their breath that that's actually going to come to pass. And the situation's tough, I think, in terms of what the state is doing from the accounting and the finance perspective. I have heard something similar in terms of like some strange accounting nuance, actually on a call that Mary Beth referenced earlier with San Mateo County Office of Education, where they had experts coming in and analyze what is happening to the state budget. And yes, there is some strange accounting thing they're doing where they are keeping a COLA technically, but then reducing LCFF on top of that. So I don't know what the net is on that, because it depends on how they do it. However, keep in mind also, when you reduce the LCSF base funding, you're also reducing the supplemental funding amount, because that's a percentage of that base fund. So there are plus and minus percentages all over the place. I think thinking about, generally speaking, a 10% cut to LCFF is important. That said, the specific nuances of any particular district, their situation, their status, their assets, their liabilities, all that's going to impact, what the implications are for them. So I think really we can, this is a directional conversation that we're having today. And I think we'll I'm looking forward to having a more in-depth, painful conversation on June 18th with the presentation on what the implications are for our numbers. I'm curious about some of the numbers that CUTA referenced in terms of teacher health and welfare benefits trending downward. That's a bit inconsistent with what I'd seen previously. So maybe that's an area where we can follow up, Jesus, and have some kind of verification or validation or perspective on those numbers. So yeah, I think there's a lot to this. And for me, the bottom line is this is a devastating situation we're in right now. So socioeconomically, public health perspective, as we mentioned earlier, but the impact on public schools across the state and the country will be devastating. And the question is, how devastating is it going to be? So echoing the themes that have been raised various times throughout this meeting and beyond, we need to work together and really, bottom line, every single day, every single hour, I don't know, get tattoos or something that just, we've got to remember this is for the students. And sometimes we have to go through periods where there's change and it's difficult, and we need to keep those kids in mind, all of those kids, including the ones, again, can't say it enough, that haven't had a voice historically at the table. So let's keep working together. Let's get creative. and keep the kids in mind, and we'll get there. It's going to be messy, and we need to be okay with that too. Also, as you referenced, Jesus. So thank you for the terrible news. But keeping us honest.
Jesus, I just want to also make a comment, echoing some of what Sophia's just said in terms of there is a lot of ambiguity, and you mentioned that, being comfortable with that. And I also look forward to, maybe looking at some of the numbers that CUTA is talking about, looking at what we're going to see in June when the state does adopt their budget, seeing what the federal government does, what that actually means for our district. But I do think we have to become comfortable as a group, both the CUTA, us, all of our staff, our community, with that ambiguity right now, that the whole world is kind of falling out from under us, not only, as we've mentioned, on a health-wise, but the economic implications of that. And we don't yet know what they are, but as Sophia said, they are going to be severe. We know that already. And I am super optimistic. I love to think that the state or the federal government is going to save us, but I don't see it. I don't know how they can right now. And I never like to think about cuts or not giving raises or other types of things, because I know all the things that we do are super important. I know that the work that our teachers and our staff do are invaluable. But when you look at the world right now, I also understand that our financial situation is very tenuous moving forward. And so I do want to echo all of our communications about the ability to come together around those numbers, so that we can all see the same numbers and believe in the same numbers and view them as facts. There's just a dearth of people following facts in our world right now. And I hope that in our small community on the coast, we can all come together around the numbers and see them in the same way. And from there, move forward in the best interest for all of us, for our community, for our students, for our staff, for the people who are working hard to educate our children. So I look forward to that continuing raise of clarity within the ambiguity, but do recognize that that is where we are right now, that we have no idea what the news from the next week, the next month, 2 months from now is going to bring in terms of our financial future. But we do know that it is not going to be positive trending in nature. So yes, thank you for the sad news, Jesus. And we will still try to work on making some lemonades out of lemons in terms of how we can move forward in the future.
I'd like to add my thank you for the bad news. That just doesn't seem right, but thank you for putting it out there for us. So we know what we have to grapple with. To put it into perspective, to 2008 recession, it was only a year or two ago, I mean, like last year when we went to the state to advocate for funding on legislative day, that we were using language that said we were made whole. After all of those cuts, we were made whole to the 2008 level. We still haven't recovered past the 2008 economy. And here we are in 2020, and the rug's being pulled out from under us again in a much harsher, much more severe way. And I agree with Freya in terms of, and maybe this is what we strive for in our next presentation, is to make meaning and understand the numbers. We know that just this last fall, we were making cuts because we want control of the decisions. We want control of our budget. And COVID-19 isn't going to make the law go away that we have to have 3% reserve every year, 3 years out. So it's not just this year's budget, but 3 years out. And I think your job in terms of showing us the puts and trades of our budget is an enormous, difficult job. So thank you as we ask questions going forward. I look at the CUTA comments, and that's all part of the conversation. So I also agree that those are things that we can make more sense of later in June when we come together. It's easy to take one slice. It's like in my office, we're talking about, half a dozen people. Everyone's got a different hand on the elephant, trying to make sense of it. And now we got to try to figure out how to eat this elephant, and it's going to be one bite of it at a time, and we're going to have to work together. The numbers that are out there, some of it, we have a two-tiered health insurance program in our district. That's an artifact. It's what's there right now. We know that, if I were my quick digest, having read it, and I don't know all the numbers that I just read, trying to make sense of, but I didn't see anything ultimately that showed any extra money. I mean, yes, we can ask for federal funds, but in this district, unless we have it in the coffers, we can't make a decision on it. And so ultimately, even if we only had a 7.2% cut, that's still a cut to our overall budget. So I hope we're all gentle with one another. And I'm appreciative of the conversation with all of the board members, because our ultimate goal is, like Sophia said, it's about the students, it's about the kids. We want our teachers to be whole. And when I'm hearing of other districts talking about furloughs and cuts, I don't want that to happen here. I want to figure out how to get that 10 pounds in a 5-pound bag. I want to figure out how to come up with a plan to move forward in the face of all this distress, in a way that's equitable. And so that I think it's going to be interesting, because I think each of us maybe has a little bit different perspective on what that means. And it's really important that we have that full conversation. But it's no one decision now is made in isolation. And I'm really pleased that I'm serving with a board of people that are thoughtful and thinking through, and as a body, we're going to ask better questions. And it's not easy. That's my 2 cents. With the quietness, I'm thinking we should say thank you, Jesus, and we'll move on to the next agenda item for tonight. The next item is 11A, public hearing on Cabrillo Unified School District entering an energy services contract. Pardon?
As we move using some of the bond dollars, this item is one that is going to be helping us exercise some of the savings that we would look at during times of crisis like the ones we have now. So we look into either some cuts, or we look into some savings, and both of those two. So this savings that we would, the public hearing that you're going to be going into right now, it's going to be for savings that could be articulated by entering into a contract to save for the district energy services contract. I would look into for the circle. So it's a public hearing.
So President Hines, you would just call the public hearing and see if there's any comment?
I'm calling the public hearing. Do we have any comments?
Tim, there's no comments.
Thank you, Rosie. Not hearing any public comments, we will close the public hearing.
Just to remind the board, there will be a presentation on this coming up.
Thank you so much. The next item on the agenda is item 12, our consent items. Do I have a motion to approve the consent items tonight?
So moved.
Oh, thank you, Freya. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Sophia. Aye. Freya? Mary Beth?
Aye.
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Lizette?
Bye.
Thank you so much. Motion passes. Next item on the agenda is 13A, adoption of proclamation recognizing June as LGBT Pride Month.
So as I said at the top of the hour or some hours ago, we are proud to proclaim June as LGBT Pride Month in Cabrillo Unified School District, and I think it is appropriate that I read this quickly. Whereas the Cabrillo Unified School District has a diverse lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, LGBT community and is committed to supporting visibility, dignity, and equity for all people in the community. And whereas many of the residents, students, family members, and school personnel are part of the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and questioning community who contribute greatly to the enrichment of our schools. And whereas although various advancements have been made with respect to equitable treatment of LGBTQ persons throughout the nation, LGBTQ persons still face discrimination simply for being who they are, thus making it important for districts like the Cabrillo Unified School District to stand up and show support for our students and families who are affected. And whereas many cities across the United States recognize and celebrate June as LGBT Pride Month, and whereas June has become a symbolic month in which LGBTQ persons and allies come together in various celebrations of pride to support the community's right to live their lives out loud, and whereas this year, although it is made more difficult by COVID-19 for us to physically come together as LGBTQ persons and allies, nonetheless, we still encourage creative ways to celebrate at a distance. And whereas the rainbow flag, also known as the LGBTQ pride flag or gay pride flag, has been used since the 1970s as a symbol of LGBTQ pride in social movements. And whereas flying the rainbow flag at the district office throughout the month of June further symbolizes the district's celebration of diversity and support for the LGBTQ students, families, and our school community. Now, therefore, the Cabrillo Unified School District does hereby declare the month of June as LGBT Pride Month in our schools and invites everyone to reflect on ways we can all live and work together with a commitment to mutual respect and understanding. And furthermore, CUSD recognizes Pride Month by flying the rainbow flag at the district office and our schools during the month of June. I do want to say that I was in contact today with Jenny Walter, and she works on Coast Pride, and Dr. Holly Wade is not with us tonight, but Holly Wade has worked to create an LGBTQ roundtable with Coast Pride, and I've been so awed by the work that has been done this year by Coast Pride and by our staff to make steps. The Pride Month proclamation is one thing. It is a symbolic act, but it's an important one. I know next week, the city of Half Moon Bay also will be flying the Pride flag, and there will be a ceremony, I believe at noon on June 1st to commemorate the month. I will also say that the board on their consent agenda just approved Board Policy 5157 about gender identity and access. It is important now more than ever no matter the struggles we face because of health concerns, COVID-19, unemployment, budget crises, all the things that we're facing now more than ever, this human resource and our respect for others is more important than ever. And so staff recommends the approval of the proclamation of June as LGBT Pride Month. Are there any questions?
I'm gonna make a comment and say thank you. This is so critical. I know, as you said, it sometimes feels like this is a long meeting. We have a lot of things on our plate, but all of these things that we've been touching on tonight, including what you just described and why we're doing it, Dr. McFettridge, I think are really important in terms of continuing to build and strengthen the culture of inclusion in our school communities is critical. And to do so in partnership with Coast Pride. And I had the opportunity to be invited and opportunity to participate on the round table you referenced, and to just have folks like that as partners and to our schools and leaders in our community that are helping to push the envelope on that concept, and not being afraid to, to help us, challenge us in our norms historically to do better. I think that's fantastic. And I'm really tremendously appreciative for all their work, all the district's work, and really that partnership across the board to support, yet again, support our students and faculty and staff and our community members as well by, I think, playing a part in leading across our community a healthier culture towards all people, who historically have been treated as different. And I think the time has come that we push on all those different fronts, be it socioeconomics or be it cultural or linguistic heritage or sexual orientation, gender identity, whatever, learning neurodiversity, right? Like all these ways people can be different. We got to keep pushing on all those pieces, and that way we all move forward together. So thank you so much for bringing this to us, and obviously I'm in support.
Thank you, Sophia. Do I have a motion to adopt the proclamation recognizing June as LGBT Pride Month for Cabrillo Unified School District?
So moved. This is Lisette.
Thank you, Lizette. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Oh,
Thank
go ahead,
you,
Mary.
Dad.
Doesn't matter.
I appreciate that. I promise to wear rainbow colors to our next meeting. Freya.
I just want to reiterate what Sophia was saying. I think this is a great resolution, and I thank CUSD Pride for the work that they've done in this last year. And I know that it started in part by some work on a county level, identifying some of the deficits that were existing on the coast and the challenges that some students and individuals faced. And so it's just so exciting to see it kind of coming out to the front and getting that support from the district and from our community as well. So very happy that we're able to do this and look forward to seeing the flag.
Thank you. Mary Beth?
Are we voting?
Yes.
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
And Lizette?
Aye.
Thank you so much. Motion passes. Item 13B, approval of new district school nurse health services coordinator job description.
In the absence of Dr. Wade, I'll be presenting this on behalf of our pupil personnel and educational support services staff. As the district continues its efforts in providing a more detailed and greater level of medical support for students and staff, the responsibilities of the district school nurse must change in order to implement this support. As such, the district school nurse will be retitled District School Nurse Health Services Coordinator. The change to the job description verbiage more closely aligns with the supervisory responsibilities necessary in implementing the new health services being provided by the district. There is no, maybe I'll need Dr. McFetridge to just reconfirm, there is no fiscal implication. This is only a job description title change.
That is my understanding. And staff would recommend approval of the job description.
I'm letting Jason join in. If you have any questions, just give me a second.
Good evening, everyone.
Are there any questions from the board for Mr. Owens?
Just a
If there's some-
reminder, just a real quick reminder that we do need a motion on things first, and then we ask questions, just for protocol.
Is there a motion from the board?
Do we have a motion to approve the new district school nurse health services coordination job description?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Sophia. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Now we can ask questions.
I don't have any questions. I was just going to make a comment. Thank you to
Sure.
Jason and Susan and everybody who worked on this to kind of start cleaning things up from the kind of HR perspective in terms of just having, it's really important to have up-to-date job titles and job descriptions, things like that, besides what goes in the advertisement when someone's hired. I think that's helpful, but to slowly start to kind of accumulate a bank of these that we can share publicly. I think that's not only good for transparency as far as what do all these school staff do, right? Like, it's actually, you read it, it makes sense, but also from the kind of the career growth perspective in terms of people moving around to new job descriptions, having ideas of what the possibilities are, I think creates pathways for people to grow and develop within our district. So thank you, just kind of in principle on step in that direction.
We're happy to do it. The original job description that we had was made on a typewriter. So it was definitely
Time to update.
Update and
A
bring
what?
all of the essential job functions to what
Yeah.
our school nurse is truly doing. And also she is not supervising, but she is guiding the health technicians in their positions. They work under her licensure. So we wanted to make sure that all of that was clear to everyone. And I know we'll be moving forward to the other health technician job descriptions, and I will be remaining on the line to answer questions for those as well.
Thank you. If we don't have other questions, are we ready to take a vote? Nod, yes. Aye. Freya?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Lizette?
Aye.
Motion carries. Next on the agenda is 13C, approval of change to health technician job descriptions. I know we spoke about this last week a little bit. Who will introduce?
I can continue, and then Jason, or you can. Jason, would you like to?
I
Or would you
can't
want
see
me-
it, so if you could go ahead and
Okay,
read
so
it,
let
then
me,
I'm happy to answer
yes,
your
and then,
question.
thank you.
Sure, of course.
So the next one, as Mr. Owens described, we are looking at this holistically, and with the change of the previous, we have 3 health technician job descriptions that also were given a facelift. And so on May 8th, 2020, a memorandum of understanding was agreed upon between CSEA representatives and CUSD management. The MOU required a change to 3 health technician job descriptions presented to the board at its May 14, 2020 meeting: Health Technician 1, and Health Technician 2. The following verbiage appeared under the basic function section of those job descriptions. Under the direction supervision of the Cabrillo credentialed district nurse and under the general supervision of the principal/assistant principal, ... The MOU requires this verbiage to be changed to the following: under the guidance of the Cabrillo credentialed district nurse and under the direct supervision of the principal/assistant principal. The change to the job description verbiage more closely aligns with the supervisory responsibilities available to the non-CSEA management of CSEA employees. And again, there is no fiscal impact, and we are seeking approval to change the health technician job descriptions. And Mr. Owens is available for any questions or clarifications.
Jim, we need a motion.
Do I have a motion to approve of change to health technician job descriptions?
So moved.
Thank you, Freya. Do I have a second?
I can second.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Do we have questions for Jason? I think right now, given COVID-19, we're all appreciative and understanding that there's heightened awareness of the importance of these roles. So thank you for the due diligence on behalf of the district. It's much appreciated. Hearing no questions, let's go on and take our roll call vote. Lizette?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
And aye for me. Motion passes.
Thank
Next
you.
on the agenda is 13D, approval of literacy teacher on special assignment, TOSA position.
Again, on behalf of Dr. Wade, for some years now, the work of supporting the literacy development of our students has been shared between general education teachers and our team of reading specialists at each of Cabrillo Unified School District's elementary schools, including Hatch, El Granada, and Fairlawn View. This important work continues to be a district priority, and CUSD continues to pursue continuous improvement strategies required to reach and teach every child every day. The needs of the students continue to change, and there are also continuing needs for the district to adapt to best practices in reading intervention delivery services. As a district moves closer to its design and implementation of MTSS, the position is necessary to help address student literacy development. This position will continue to work will continue the work of a dyslexia planning committee and will help to unify assessment and intervention efforts across all of the sites. And this includes the needs of the identified students at Kings Mountain Elementary School. We wanted to make sure that we clarified that there is no financial impact to the general fund because we are using LCFF supplemental funds. And again, because our Hispanic, Latino students, English learners, and socioeconomically disadvantaged students have been pointed out by the California Department of Ed and California Dashboard. This was a presentation, the data presentation that we presented to the board in the fall. We have we have subgroups who are not reaching academic proficiency. And we have such amazing intervention specialists that are currently using a pull-out model to serve groups of students. But what our California dashboard reflects that half of our students are below proficiency level in Cabrillo Unified School District. In ELA, 39% are below proficiency level in mathematics. And so it is important, this position, again, if we are leading through the lens of equity and looking at best practices in how we can ensure that we are showing through our LCFF supplemental funds that we are using these funds specifically to target our students that are not meeting proficiency. This position will be a different type of model of, instead being a pull-out intervention. The research out there has shown that a push-in model and giving the tools to our current teachers to give that tier 1 instruction and give tier 2 of intervention within the classroom is the best model, because you're targeting the most kids. You're targeting all of the kids inside the classroom, as well as the kids that are on the border. And so we feel as a team that this position will support all of our MTSS models, and will use a training model for the current intervention teachers. And again, this is not a plus position. This is a position that will be posted internally, and we are really hoping that a teacher that does feel that that teachers, any teacher in our district that is interested in the position, they are welcome to apply. And then we hope to reshift the model depending on, and this is the reason why we did post this position internally, because we are hoping that one of our teachers considers applying for the position. Any questions?
Thank you so much. Before questions, let me get a motion on the floor. Do I have a motion to approve for the approval of literacy teacher on special assignment?
So moved, Lisette.
Thank you, Lizette. Do I have a second?
Second, Sophia.
Thank you, Sophia. Leticia, thank you so much for presenting this and for pointing out that this is not a plus up in any way in terms of impacting our general fund. And I do appreciate that you've reminded us again of the equity issue and the performance metrics that you previously provided earlier in the year, shining a light on the need. And I appreciate that this is a solution that fits within the bounds of where our need is and how we can use the LCFF funds. So thank you very much.
Did you say what percent of time this position is?
It will be a 1.0 FTE.
Okay, it's a full.
Mm-hmm. And again, it's just that the research has shown that the best type of intervention is a push-in model.
Mm-hmm.
And although we do need a certain level of pullout, that would be at the tier 3 at the top of the pyramid. And we need to start thinking outside the box and utilizing our amazing intervention specialists in what best practices have shown to close the achievement gap. That's one note. On another note, the California Department of Ed and through the new LCAP deadline, which is mid-December, we will have to demonstrate that we are utilizing LCFF funds for our students that are not performing at grade level. And this is one way to shift the funds and demonstrate that we are trying to impact a larger group of students.
And we have been struggling there, so we do need to try something new because we've been struggling in this area for a long time. So
I'll just chime in as well. Say these are all really good points. Thank you, Leticia, for again, thinking outside the box. I know it's hard sometimes to do that, especially when we're in a little bit of survival mode. But to continuously think about kind of the longer term investments that we make in our students. I think of something like this. Not only is it the intention of a lot of the funding that we get that we help kids with literacy, and not only do we know that we have demonstrated an opportunity for improvement in that area, as many districts have. But I think this is something that also serves kids, like it gets kids early on before they kind of get off track, and it gets harder and harder and harder. And I can see, even if, and it would be really hard to quantify this, but even if you were to take a hard numbers approach, which I wouldn't advocate to do, but even if you were able to quantify it, I would have a hunch. They can't measure it, but I would have a hunch that it would pay for itself over time as well, because you would get it when it's that early investment in literacy that's really critical. So and it's different, and I'm sure we'll learn. My guess would be, and tell me what you think, like if it's a 1.0 position this year focused on developing this model, probably that's not a 10-year exactly like this, right? This is like for next year, this is a 1.0. See how it's working, see how you adapt and evolve it, and see how you allocate that moving forward thereafter. Is that fair to
Yes,
say?
and the research shows that any intervention, we really need 3 to 5 years to really see the impact.
Mhm.
And so we hope, of course, we hope to close the achievement gap, so we have the less of a need of interventions.
Yeah.
And at this time, I do feel that looking at MTSS and looking at building stronger tier 1 and tier 2 instructions models and strategies and support. And I know we're just very blessed with our educators who have embraced our Wilson Foundation's intervention materials. We actually, Mr. Contreras and I were just signing some of the invoices to ensure that every single teacher will receive this supplemental literacy program to help enhance the core ELA. And so this position will also support with this supplemental literacy component of Wilson foundations.
That's great. Thank you.
Leticia, I just want to second, the appreciation for bringing and, keeping thinking outside the box and bringing this new position to us so that we can continue to adapt to this kind of continual need of closing the achievement gap and addressing our English language learners and our lower socioeconomic. I just also want to clarify, my understanding is that this person will be providing some direct services to students, and that also it's kind of a reformulation of an existing intervention already being used from our LCFF funds, so that it's a reformulation but not an add-on new position. Just want to kind of state that.
Yes, it's a reformulation. However, the support may not look as your typical pull-out model. It will be push in and co-training our current intervention and our current classroom teachers on best practices with literacy, with utilizing foundations, and also looking at data. Again, leading through the lens of equity, it's sometimes harsh. And I have to say that as we were selecting which small group of students would receive our summer school bridge books, it was very difficult because we have 50% of students who are not under benchmark. And so it is difficult, but this position will use data to determine how best we can utilize strategies and target students as a whole. And again, using a push-in model while being very, by defining the tier 2 and tier 3 interventions, where tier 2 is more of a push-in and tier 3 will be some level of pull-out from our regular intervention specialists at the school sites.
So just to clarify my understanding, then this will be a reallocation of funds that are currently used for a like traditional reading intervention instruction teacher position. They just like that job would basically change into a TOSA, or this would be a TOSA in addition to that existing position.
Well, at this point, we can't say that because we would look at the applicants and then at that point determine how we shift.
Okay. Okay, so there's some flexibility there.
I have a quick question, Leticia. I know that there's reading intervention and that's the pull-out model. I guess my only concern is that even with the pull-out model, it's very limited, the the amount of kids that get that service, and then based on need, there are kids that are falling in the gap in the cracks, meaning they've improved, but they're not at reading level. So unfortunately, they are moved out from the pull-out model and then kind of expected to improve, which isn't the case. I guess I'm just concerned that we're also reaching kids that are not getting served because they are actually not that low and they're not targeted, but they're still not at reading level.
Yes, and so that's where the best practice of a push-in model comes in, because this position will push in. And I have led, and this is not ELD, this is an ELA intervention, which would include some ELD strategies. It is not, and this position also will look at ELD students. But I wanted to clarify that the push-in model, if we are training with strategies, and we've already, as an elementary team, agreed with a supplemental ELA intervention curriculum that works. I mean, and we have seen such amazing, I was actually, Lee said, I believe it was one of the classrooms during ELD designated, they were transitioning and we got a glimpse of the foundation. So that was a pretty fabulous curriculum. When we push in and we teach a classroom teacher how to target interventions within their class, all of the students who need an intervention will be served. Versus having one teacher at a site or split, only serving a small group of students. And so we hope that this model, our goal is that this model, and we definitely will be using some of the assessments provided in the Foundation's curriculum, will be able to target a wider group of students who need the intervention within the classroom structure. Did that clarify your question?
Yeah.
And I also wanted to say that I mean, it's not the only intervention, because we are, I mean, unfortunately, because of COVID, our summer school support had to shift, and it's not the original model that we were thinking. But we do hope that once we get more direction in regards to interventions from the state and from our county, that we continue to look at interventions possibly, you know, during some of the ski week, or definitely next summer, after school, before school. And so it doesn't only stop there, but this position will help us take a look at how we can target the most students using push-in, but also looking at the groups that may need that extra support after and before school. And again, it's a bigger conversation, because those models might require funding to pay for teachers to be available to intervene after school. But we definitely will be looking at how can we close the achievement gap, and then of course consulting with Mr. Contreras, and how much money do we have to ensure that we are able to build interventions at tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3.
Thank you.
If I may, I just want to sort of address a concern that was raised in a public comment, that this is not hands-on, this is not direct service to children under the job responsibilities. Second bullet says, work individually or with small groups of identified students to provide tier 2 and tier 3 intensive intervention support based on district priorities. So I just want to disabuse anybody of the notion that this is just someone else who's training. This is someone who will be working with children, with teachers, modeling best practice, and helping us achieve best practice and multi-tiered system of support with a push-in and not a pull-out. Much of the same work we are trying to apply for our own English language development work for English language learners, where we're not kicking kids out, but we're actually pushing in and modeling best practice teaching and coaching teachers to do it, and also providing service to students as we go along.
Thank you for that clarification.
I kind of see it as being able to provide our teachers with some more tools too. Just, you know, keep training. And so hopefully it's something helpful to them.
That's the goal. The goal is to be able to provide more training so that we're able to have tier 1 interventions and focus our resources. And again, I do want to just, for full transparency, say that on the cover page, it says that if there are any extra funds that would be required to augment for extra duties, that would come from LCFF supplemental. And of course, that funding stream exists by state design for this population.
Thank you, Sean.
Did I get that right, Leticia?
You got it. You could have taken the mic from the beginning.
You're much better at it than I am.
Okay, I just wanted to, am I, dun, dun, dun. Too many windows open here, sorry. Okay, I'm not muted. Thank you. We had one more comment that was entered. Again, this is from CUTA, and the comment is, this training position is not necessary. Teachers are already implementing tier 1 and tier 2 within their classes. These funds would be used paying for a tier 3 pull-out intervention teacher.
Well, just to clarify, that is counter to what we just said. And I think if anybody read the job description, they would understand that that's not what it is. But if there's anybody who wants to talk to Dr. Bhatia or me about this, we always would welcome that. And assuming best intentions, we would always hope that we would have some dialogue before the meeting if there are questions, and we would always encourage that with our colleagues.
Thank you so much. Board members, are we ready to vote? This is a roll call vote. Aye. Mary Beth?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
Lizette?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next on the agenda is approval of California Governor's Office of Emergency Services, Cal OES, Form 130 designation of applicant's agent resolution for non-state agencies. That was a mouthful.
So we're bringing to the board resolution number 1820, which will authorize superintendent and CBO of the Cabrillo Unified School District to apply for FEMA funds for the COVID-19 emergency. This would be reimbursements that we would be applying for all the some of the expenditures that we have incurred and will continue to incur for the COVID-19. It's a resolution, and the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services is the one that manages the FEMA grants. It's a resolution.
We would entertain a motion at this time.
Sorry, I was muted. Yes. A second.
Questions or comments?
I think we have to have a second though first.
Oh, I thought I heard somebody second.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Oh.
So yes, questions or comments?
Sounds good. It's an emergency. Let's see if we can get some funds.
Do it.
Right answer.
Thank you so much for bringing the resolution forward. This is a roll call vote. Aye. Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Lizette?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next on the agenda is approval of purchase of 8 modular classrooms from class leasing.
So this item is for approval of the 8 portables which are at Cunha right now, and the cost of those portables would be about $277,000 plus dollars. And the idea with those portables is we could use those for some of the to move them to the places where we're going to be needing them to house any students as we look into the implementation of a master plan at this facilities plan. At this point, those portables, if we were to remove them, it would cost us just about as much as to purchase those portables. So we're bringing to the board the opportunity to purchase those 8 portable classrooms and at that cost. As I said, it will help us into future deployment of students.
Thank you so much. Do I have a motion before we have questions to approve the purchase of the portables?
So moved.
Thank you, Mary Beth. Second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Sophia. Questions or comments?
Seems to make sense.
If I can just take the liberty here, we looked at this at the beginning of the year. We did ask Mr. Crawford and Mr. Contreras to look into the purchase to see if it would be possible that that would be as cost effective as continuing to pay the lease. The lease is 70 grand a year. To get them removed would be 90 grand. And then you can see on the memo how paving the site, grading the site, fencing the site, and reinstalling electrical, it's about a $30,000 differential. And if you follow the rich dad, poor dad kind of idea, we're taking what was a liability and making it an asset that we can use in the future. And we would certainly think that there could be other uses until such time as it might be needed for temporary housing for the facilities master plan.
I assume if you move them though to another school site, there's still quite a bit of cost of electrical and moving fencing and grading too.
That is entirely true, but we also do think that these portables will come to good use, particularly for other services that we could look at in the future. For example, for counseling, enrichment, academic support that we offer through perhaps Ayudando Latinos a Soñar, through ALAS. We will be giving space to the Boys and Girls Club to recognize their partnership with us also. So there are things we can do with these portables. Also, it could be used if there's ever a need at the Cunha site for classrooms also.
Are we ready to vote? Aye. Freya?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Lizette?
Aye.
Motion passes. Next on the agenda is 13G, approval of energy services agreement with Cicirco. I said that right.
After about 6 months of work and with Cicirco about how we can best look into all of our systems, and after a survey and analysis of all the different ways in which we could save, we're presenting to the board tonight a contract for which you have already conducted the public hearing that would look into savings of approximately $180,000 per year moving forward. So this work that would be done from now and into the summer would get us to achieve those savings, and savings in times of crisis is exactly what we would want to look into. So the contract that you have in front of you is very detailed, and it requires that we get into this kind of work now and into the summer, so that we can start when we open schools in August, start exercising those savings. And that's for board's approval consideration. We also have, if you have any questions, we have some detailed information to provide.
Thank you. Before we have questions and answers, do I have a motion to approve this energy services agreement with Cicerco?
So moved.
So moved.
I'll take Lizette for the motion and Freya for the second.
And we will be letting Gabe Johnson in, and I think actually his colleague also is here, Scott Meinzen. So if the board has any questions of Cicerco leads on this, they will be available.
I just want to say thank you to Sean and Jesus and Cicerco for moving forward on this. This has been one of the goals from our bonds in the past. And so it's really wonderful that we're actually taking action on this. And as you said, Jesus, making those savings in a time of economic downturn in particular is wonderful. And if you look at that, you know, even though it's bond money, and then over a 10-year period, you're paid back from that bond money with $180,000 in savings each year. So that's a really wonderful return on investment as well. So thank you all for your hard work on this, and also, you know, of course, fills into our environmental committee and the work we want to be doing there. So I appreciate that as well on that level.
I'll just add to that too, and just say this, yeah, I'm thrilled about this project as well. The fact that it's cost neutral over 10 years while enhancing the functionality, safety, reliability, and impact on the environment of our energy systems is great. And I think it's important that we move forward and do it. And thank you. It's a lot of technical aspects to it that I'm sure we'll hear more and more about over the ensuing months. But as Jesus, you suggested, like the sooner we kind of get moving on this, the sooner we start to get those cost savings as well. Yeah, let's do it.
I got a couple questions. So it sounds like the work is going to be done this summer.
Correct.
Will that be the bulk of it? Will be done by the time school starts?
That's the idea.
Okay. And then I was just curious that there's some work that needs to be done at Hatch and at Pilarcitos. And just because those buildings are so new, I just had a question about what kind of upgrades specifically they need, and if this is something we need to be thinking about with our new construction, because I'm surprised we need to upgrade those facilities already. Any comments on that?
Gabe or Mr. Contreras, you think Gabe or Scott could speak to this maybe?
Sure, certainly.
I'm happy to take that on. Good evening, board members. The work at Hatch and Pilarcitos is actually just two measures at each school. It's LED lighting upgrades for the existing lights that are in the facilities, and then water conservation upgrades in the existing infrastructure in the surrounding areas. So it's compared to the other sites, it's not as much work, but it's focusing on measures that do exist within those buildings that we can save some energy on.
Okay. Okay, so I guess they didn't have LEDs when they were built then, so we're switching those out. Or water conserving plumbing fixtures, things like that. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, I'd say the water infrastructure is a little older. The lighting itself, some of it has been upgraded. So we're basically kind of sweeping through the buildings, and anywhere where there's lights that have not yet been upgraded to LED, those would be the ones that we would upgrade.
Okay. Okay, and then I just had one more question about OPEX cost savings. What's that about?
those are operational cost savings. So this project involves utility cost savings, which would include electricity, natural gas, water, and then the operational savings are quantified as dollars that would not be needed to be spent with new equipment, such as replacing ballasts down the line for lighting fixtures or buying spare parts, things like that. It's basically capital cost avoidance moving on forward.
Okay, okay, that's all I have.
I have one question. When you're doing an LED light replacement, are you being intentional with the quality of light, meaning a warm light or how harsh an LED is?
Very intentional. We plan on going through a process where we will do mock-ups. So we'll demonstrate what the lighting fixtures and the light quality and the intensity looks like. And then we will give staff the opportunity to experience those lighting levels and provide feedback before we actually select any products.
Thank you very much.
I just want to thank Gabe Johnson and his colleagues, Scott, others, for the work that they did to propose this. Sizer is no stranger to the district. Circle did work on HVAC at high school. And Circle came and helped fix the building C heating and HVAC issues there also when we had problems with that. So I appreciate them sticking around until 11:15 tonight also. Couldn't hear it.
It's my pleasure. It's a pleasure to work with the district.
Thank you so much. And I concur. Thank you for staying around so late.
Thank you for the kind words, Sean.
Board members, are we ready to vote? Lizette?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
Sophia?
Aye.
Freya?
Aye.
And aye for me. Motion passes. This brings us to 13H, adoption of board policy 3100.1, financial reserves.
We're bringing to the board board policy that will help us to get ourselves into the commitment of sustainability as we look into having a policy that would secure at least 16% or 2 months of our expenditures, so that we set that as our goal, with the notion of doing this, as you read in the policy. The first element that would be to secure that 3%, which is required by law right now, but also that we can start over the years, and as we possibly can, to get up to another 13%, such that we could achieve a 16% that would get us to a level of stability that would not put us into having to do mid-year cuts in moments of high instability. So that is a practice that it is good to always to have. And it's even more so as we are into the basic aid, in the realm of the basic aid, because it helps basic aid districts to have more stability, the better that we have some reserves on hand. Again, this 16% that we are asking would be securing the 3% and then working little by little to achieve the other 13% for a total 16%. So it's not only basic aid districts, the districts that happen to see some of instability constantly are there also. So we interrogated some of those, like Oakland Unified, that approves also these types of board policies. It's insurance, and it's our own insurance to commit ourselves, to achieve this level of savings that would help us in times of crisis.
Before we open up for discussion, do I have a motion to approve Board Policy 3100.1 financial reserves?
So moved.
Lisette.
Lisette first. I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Lizette and Sophia.
Each other.
Conversation and comment. I think we all may have some tonight, so hang in there. First question, Jesus, does a policy like this bind us with our finances each year, or is it aspirational?
The very nature of that second part, which says we will continue to achieve as we possibly can, is aspirational, and it is revised annually. The board would revise it annually and would be updating to whatever it is. So it would be bringing back to you, we can put this in reserve to continue to achieve a 16%, or if the board at that year, when it is revised, decides that, well, that's not something that we're going to be immediately putting onto our reserves. That it would have that flexibility, but it certainly would set the action and the notion of we want to get to some reserves. It memorializes the aspiration.
Did you find other board policies with differing target reserve goals?
So the reason why we said 16% is because the office of around CDE is like, okay, 17% for basic aid districts is something that would be a goal. So I guess best practices would tell us to secure that at 17% or 16 or 10%, 12%. That's based on the best practices that we are proposing it to be 16%. Or 2 months of our expenditures. That's how it reads.
Just add to that, there are other districts that have similar but different percentages. But the Legislative Analyst Office has proposed 17%. California Department of Education at one time had proposed that amount. School Services of California has proposed that. The Fiscal Crisis Management Assistance Team, when they came to visit us, would have preferred we had a reserve policy. If you have a reserve, then you don't get into the fiscal insolvency issues that we saw last year. That helps insure against that. It is aspirational. It would be something coming back to the board year after year, and you could determine if you wanted it to be a different amount at that point. We don't expect that you're going to get there overnight or even this year. And I just want to say too that it is clear from the comments from CUTA President or Co-President Sean Reardon and the CUTA leadership that they oppose this because they think, as what Mr. Reardon said, that it is something that is counter to their values. And would take away their ability to have that money and compensation for employees. It is a balancing act that we must somehow carve through. Again, we just look at best practice and recommend that you have some kind of reserve policy so you don't get into the fiscal insolvency problem you had last year. And then with COVID and with the change to basic aid, that triangulates the rationale for us.
I appreciate the intent and the rationale behind having a reserve. I agree with that piece. Do we have the option? Is this just a total, you can approve it or not approve it? tonight,
can-
or could we
no.
actually, if with discussion, adjust the number? If
Absolutely.
so
You can make a
choose.
you can make a friendly motion and a friendly amendment, and at the dais, as with any policy, you are allowed to say, that's fine. We want it to be 13%. We want it to be 20%. That's up to you. We serve at the pleasure of the board. Certainly you can discuss and change that number if that's what you want to change.
I want to hear from other people before doing that, but let everybody have a chance to visit. I personally think it's high. While there may be organizations and best practices of having that reserve, given that we only last year recovered from the 2008 recession, knowing that this community values caring for its teachers and providing raises when we can, doing the best we can on behalf of our students. My perception is it's not realistic, and I'd rather not renegotiate a target value. To have a reserve policy that like would incrementally step up by maybe 1% per year over the next 7 years as an aspirational goal might be more realistic than saying 16% and then having to negotiate. That's just my take on it. But because it feels so not realistic to me. But I value having a reserve. So what do others think?
I have a question for Jesus. And because I remember seeing this number, and I want to say it's around 17%, but I was actually surprised at the CSBA financial training I had attended a couple months ago up in Santa Rosa, that like these are not just theoretical best practices, these are actuals. So to me, I struggle with not aiming for the average reserve rate for across the state, which I think the reason they came up with 17% is because like the average is actually around there, and there's certainly some that have considerably more. You would think in the Bay Area, some of the wealthier community funded / basic aid districts have a lot more than that because it helps them manage their cash flow a lot more effectively, and some have fewer or less than that, obviously, to balance out to that average. But to me, aiming for average is of not just the best practice, but of like the actual average across the state and the diversity of the districts that we have. It might take us 10, 15 years to get there, especially with COVID. But to me, it's the message. It's like AB 39, right? Like we know if that thing ever passes, it's going to take like 100 years to get there, in California. But like the meaning of having something aspirational, to me, when really that's 2 months of payroll is not a lot of money in the unfortunately it's not vacillating, but like there's always even in normal circumstances, our budget from the state is bopping around a lot, and you get real estate transaction vacillations too, and then things are always crazy. So to me, I think about it as like when you have a car and you're driving your car, you could technically run it and always have like 0.1 gallon in your tank, but this is kind of analogous. 16%, maybe like 1 gallon in your tank, which still is not great, but it's at least gives you a little bit of buffer. If you don't find a gas station right away, you can go that extra mile to get the gas. So to me, having some kind of buffer gives you the flexibility to not have to make decisions that you don't like when you have those vacillations. So I'd rather have a little bit of buffer and not have to lay people off when, or take other kind of dramatic measures when we have the inevitable, especially in COVID world, the inevitable, but really always, and because probably it's going to take us 10 years, I'm guessing, to recover from this. If it took us 10 years to recover from 2008, and this is by most measures worse. So I'm kind of as highly aspirational in that regard, but also realistic to say, if we get there in 10 years, we'll be lucky, like realistically with the economic situation. So that's kind of how I think about it. I also want to just confirm my understanding that having reserves impacts your bond rating as well, which impacts the rate of your loan basically as well, which impacts our taxpayers and the actual rates that all our families are paying. So I think there's a responsibility that we have with again appropriately managing our money to minimize the impact there, so we can have that continuous support from our community.
Our credit rate definitely is linked to our reserves.
Does the credit link connect to a numerical value, or to us having the policy and having a reserve consistently?
A policy, a reserve, our ability to respond to any emergencies.
So the answer to that is a both and. They are not just looking for a reserve policy. They're looking for a reserve policy of enough size that it guarantees you some stability when there is economic downturn or any kind of thing like that. And Mr. Contreras and I were just on the call with Moody's doing a presentation, and we are lucky, I think it's a AAA2, like the average in the state, but the district used to have a higher bond rating. This bond rating exists because of the deficit spending and fiscal insolvency that the district faced.
And I understand the problems that we had. I hear that. I'm also aware that from 2008 funding levels, we just got back to that a year ago. So let's say for hypothetical, our budgets are 10% less, and then we're trying to incrementally get to me, 16% is a reach and aspirational. 10 years from now, if we had I don't know, I'd almost go like 1% per year over 7 years and reevaluate, are we healthy enough, solvent enough that we can actually be saving more? I mean, I want to be careful that we don't bind ourselves into a position where then we shortchange what we're able to do in the district, whether it's teachers' salaries or programming that are state of the art. What are we going to need with potentially additional remote learning? Again, those are some of my fears, is that we just put ourselves in a pickle and it's not realistic.
So let me just address that. I mean, the aspirational target of getting to the reserve, every year you would have a presentation on that, and the board would have the decision point at that point to use the reserve however they wanted. So really, this is something that creates a pocket of money that could be used for economic uncertainty. It has nothing to do with board. I mean, we can give recommendation, but it's always in the board's purview if you want to spend that money. And that's how districts do it. They get to a place, they save a certain amount of money, they have that in the reserve, and then the board gets to choose if they want to reallocate that money. So it doesn't hamstring the board. It allows the board an opportunity every year to say, yes, we want to use that money for these things. So I just want to make sure that we clarify, it does not constrain you. In the policy, it says that there would be, the purpose is very clear. And the policy says that it would be brought back to the board on an annual basis. We'd probably bring it back on an annual basis to show the progress toward making that reserve. I do agree it would be a incremental over time. And then you would have the opportunity then to say, oh, well, we should have a discussion about changing that reserve amount, adding more, taking away, or using it for another purpose. I do also want to point out here that we don't think this is going to be something that we're going to sock away right now. It's something that's aspirational. And I just want to bring up that it does make a difference to us for our bond rating, back to Ms. Lane's point. If we lose our bond rating and it gets downgraded to below average for the state of California, that has some effects downstream on the people who pay back the bond. So this is the balancing act you have: fiscal solvency, being able to use the money, and public trust as far as what people will pay. So it's totally up for the board to debate.
Yep. So I want
So
to hear
Sean, I just
from,
want to clarify, real quick, Kim, I just want to clarify with that last one. It's not the actual reserve that helps us with the bond rating. It's actually the reserve policy. So even if we adopt the reserve policy, that helps us with our bond rating?
No, because if you adopted a reserve policy that wasn't robust enough, Moody's
No,
wouldn't
but if you
care.
adopt a reserve policy that's at 16%, but that's not fully funded, because there's no way we're fully funding it right away. Does that help us, or does it only help if we actually have a reserve of 16%?
It's both ends. They need to. They would prefer to. FICMAT and Moody's. These folks would prefer that you have a reserve policy and that reserve policy is sizable enough so that it actually could do something. So some districts do a month. Some districts do 2 months. And to Sophia's point earlier, small school districts often have a reserve as much as 35%.
But my question is, if it's not fully funded this first year, does it still help us to just have the policy?
We will not have to, I mean, yes, they will check that box off, but then they'll look at the number and say, yeah, what does it mean? If you just had a reserve policy and it was 5%, they might say, well, that doesn't help you.
No, you're not understanding the question. We have a reserve policy and it's 16%, but we only have 4% in it. Does just having the robust reserve policy help us, even if it's not fully funded?
I think Moody's would, as analysts, as would FICMAT or anybody else, they would look at how your progress toward making that aspiration.
Okay, so it's not just the reserve policy. Passing a reserve policy and then not funding it doesn't actually help us with our bond rating?
Yeah, I think that's kind of doing fake work. That's just symbolic then.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather, Lizette, what's your input or questions?
I mean, I feel well, I mean, this is really important, even though it's like almost midnight, but we don't have money, and in this time of uncertainty, I mean, I know that I was inclined to talk about the reserve and increasing the reserve when we were only at the minimum, which was, I think, if I'm not mistaken, 3%. So I always thought we should start working on building our reserve. But I mean, in times of uncertainty, which we're facing right now, and the fact that we've been negative spending and we had to go through all those cuts, you know, I don't see how we are not doing this. I mean, I really don't. And I hear what the teachers are talking about, but the fact that we don't have money and that we're making cuts doesn't automatically mean that we're, giving raises right away, especially in times like this. I mean, I hear everybody, and I think everybody has very valid points, but I'm just going to keep it simple and we don't have money. We don't know like Jesus says, what he knows this week is going to change next week. And I don't see how we're not, I don't think I would feel I'm being responsible by not trying to, build up our reserve. And I get it that, it's also interesting to see how people manipulate data, and people can talk about this number and that number, but when it comes down to it, I think everybody is using different or the same data for different points. So when we're talking about how this district does it this way and that district does it that way, I feel like we're going around in circles, because everybody's using numbers depending on the point that they're trying to prove. And all I know is we've been deficit spending. We don't have money, and then COVID hit, and like Kim said, it just, you know, just pulled the rug under our feet, and now we're just trying to just figure out what to do. And I just think as it would be it would be responsible for us to do this and build up our reserve.
And I do agree with building up a reserve. Being realistic about where we have been and where we are going and what we can perhaps expect in the next couple of years for financing and what comes in available. I don't think we're going to see the base recover. So trying to make up the difference of that 16% plus recover 10%, that's like 26%. And I know it's fuzzy math there, but I would like to offer a friendly amendment. So we adopt a board policy, but set it at 10%, which covers the 3% annually that's required 3 years out, plus an additional 7%. Because I think that we could achieve. I'd like to.
I've actually got some questions before we start talking about amendments. I wonder if I can. So Jesus, can I ask you about the 3% reserve? So the 3% reserve, everyone keeps talking about it like it's a savings account, but it's my understanding that we can't use that money.
Correct.
So
Correct.
It's not really a savings account. To me, that's like a moot point. They require us to have this 3%, but we can't even use it. So to me, that's off the table. Like, that's just money that has to sit there that we can do nothing with. So that's gone as far as I'm concerned. We can't dip into it. We can't use it. We can't use it for raises. We can't use it for anything. Well, I'm sure there is something we can use it for, but I think the rules are very strict and stringent, and you have to be in dire financial straits or something.
Correct.
So if that's off the table, when you're talking about this 16% represents 2 months of salaries or running costs.
Expenditures.
Really, is it really a month and a half? Because you can't count that 3%. Is it really a month and a half we're talking about?
It's the goal would be 2%, 2 months of our expenditures, and then they would be linked to that, or the 16%. And I would have to bring to you our actually 2 months of expenditures, and then
that's 2 months, including pretending we can use that 3%.
Right.
So really, the money we can spend if we have the 16% is really only 1.5 months, or roundabout there.
About.
Okay, so the other thing I wanted to bring up is I know that even at 16%, it still isn't enough to do things.
No.
I mean, it's killing me that we're paying $90,000 on a loan right now because we didn't have the cash. But even if we had it at 16%, that would only cover like half that amount. I mean, so that would make me feel good. At least we could decide to spend that money on, we wouldn't have to take out that loan, but we'd still be spending whatever, $45,000 on that loan instead of 90. Mm-hmm. So really, I mean, 16% isn't that much. That being said, I do agree with what everyone else is saying, that this is a pie in the sky. Like this is dreaming, but it's dreaming to be average, and it's dreaming to be a month and a half of covering our costs, which wouldn't even cover this loan we just had to take out. And when we're talking about, going to different funding ways, we need that. So I think as an aspirational thing to do, you know, it's there. I still don't think it's big enough, and I really don't think we're going to get there. But I think it's just the point of it is saying, like, look, we want to try to not be getting in these financial troubles. We don't want to waste money on interest on loans from getting us one place to the next to be able to pay our payroll. So I guess that's the thought I have. And the 3% to me, that's just a moot point. You can't even use that money. You know, that's just off. So really, it's like having a 13% savings account, which we can decide to use that money every year if we want to use it for whatever, for raises, for whatever, fixing things, whatever. We can use it and we can change it. So to me, I think it's great hey, I would love it if we were in a position to aspire to be great. But I'm happy at this point to aspire to be average, because I just want to get to the average point at this point. So those are my thoughts, and those were my questions. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments?
Just one more. I mean, in terms of, I understand the reason to have a reserve in a great economy when we have enough money and we feel like we're paying our teachers enough. It really is hard for me to do in a time where we're talking about maybe looking at future cuts and other kinds of things. I'm okay on an aspirational level. I have a feeling it'll end up being that symbolic aspirational level, and that it might not make any difference anyways, because there might not be any money to add to it. But I just want to also state that from my point of view, it is okay to spend your reserves sometimes to increase teacher salaries or do other things. And I guess even creating a reserve, being open to spending it in those times when we can project that we can still maintain it 3 years out and we can have that balanced budget. So I guess I wouldn't want to have that reserve and be sacrificing our ability to do the things that we should do. I don't see any of that happening now. I see the economy crashing and our funds are going to be crashing. And so I'm not quite sure where we're going to get any of those monies, whether it's for the reserve or for raises. So to me, that's a little bit of a moot point. So I guess I'm okay supporting it at 16 or at 10, because it feels to me like it's not going to be funded anyways. So is that worth it? I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at with that.
I'm thinking we know we're going to be facing some tough years ahead, and it's going to be bad. For the piece of the Moody's equation that will say, yep, you've got a policy. It's not the whole picture, but having a policy, I agree with. Revisiting it every year and then having to explain, why don't you have 16%? You know, it's like, okay, yeah, 2 months. I mean, the reality is it's not like everything's spent and now, well, except when you flip, and that's beyond our control, flipping from LCFF to basic aid. And that was because of different money drops, you know, that to get caught where we needed this loan. Yes, it's, you know, irritating that we have to take a loan for that. But the reality is, if your car breaks down, you go get a loan if you don't have cash in the bank to cover it. And we're going to have to figure out how to make all of these pieces work. It's not like, you know, anyways, I would be more comfortable, and hence the friendly motion, rather than being so aggressive. A friendly boy, I am tongue tied. I would like to propose a friendly motion to approve a a policy for reserves, but at 10%. That would be 3% and of the base funding or the reserve that we need every year, plus an additional 7%. I don't know that the policy per se talked about how that grows, but I could see trying to chip away 1% per year over the next 7 years. Again, if our funding gets, if we're down by 10%, it's not going to be realistic. But in terms of a goal, I think 10% is a more realistic goal than 16%. That's me.
So just to clarify, I hear a motion amending the number 13 to the number 7.
Correct.
And you would entertain a second to that, and then you would vote to see if there was interest in a majority of the board in proceeding with that. That's how you would deal with this in the parliamentary procedure.
Okay. Do I have a second to the friendly motion that would change the 13 number to 10? I'm sorry,
7.
To 7, giving us a net reserve of 10% as our goal.
I will second.
Thank you, Freya.
Can I ask a point of order question, Sean? So what happens if we vote it down? Then we can make another proposal for the original?
That's exactly right. If the majority of the board were to not vote yay on the amended motion, then you would still have a motion carrying to approve the policy as stands. Enough friendly amendments to the motion can be made until such time as the motion dies or lives. Should a majority of the board vote for this friendly amendment, it lives and the policy will read 7% for the additional reserve as opposed to 13. If the motion dies, you still have a motion on the floor for the original policy, or another board member can make another friendly amendment and you can vote on that before going to the original motion.
Got it. That makes sense. Because frankly, I am still struggling. I do like to think of our district as aspiring for great. I struggle with aspiring for good, especially after what we've been through, the last year in terms of just getting our financial footing out back under us. I'm okay with aspiring for good in this case because I think that's, under the circumstances, I think that's the best, most reasonable approach at this point is shooting for average, and not just best practice average again, but like the average across the state in terms of what districts have been able to do. Knowing full well, it's hard to imagine us getting there anytime soon. But to me, again, these aspirational things are the symbolic thing of like, this is the mindset we're at. We want a healthy reserve. And whether that's 10% or whether we're not, it's going to be a while before we get there anyway. And we can revisit it every year if we feel like, because of the situation more broadly that's warranted. But to me at this point, feeling like we have, we should shoot for average. Either way, even frankly, even 1% at this point is going to be tough in the next year. But shooting for average to me sends it just benchmarks us to meet at an appropriate place. So thank you for clarification, Sean, on the process.
You mean average of leaving it how it was originally written?
Yeah, like the 13%, the 13 plus 3. Because I agree with you, Mary, but the 3 is dead to us, right? Like that's not useful. So that's, to me, basically 0. So 13 is 6 weeks of pay, which again, I wish we had that now in this environment. With the, and especially like the basic aid thing is crazy, right? And especially the taxes won't come in till later, and we don't know what's going to happen. We actually have a sense from the county what's going to happen to property taxes, and they're looking dismal because transactions are down. So I think there's going to be a lot of tumult. So it behooves us to at least aspire, knowing that it's, if we just have that high goal. And I feel that way about our students, feel that way about our employees. Like, we got to aim high, at least average, knowing that it's going to be hard.
Well, but if you think about, we're using the like 1 month of salary or 2 months of salary, we're talking $3 million. I mean,
Yeah.
plus,
It's
we
an
can do a lot with that. It's not just about paying your salary for 2 months. It's 3 million is how many, I don't know. It's an FTE to do something special in the district in a different way. There are a lot of ways to generate a narrative and a description for how you would use that. So I don't think it's about aspiring to be anything less than fabulous. But I think it's about being practical. No, I don't want us to be taken over by the county. No, we know, I want us to have fully, that 3% 3 years out. I want to know that when Jesus provides us the budget in June, that we're doing right by our students and by our teachers. We're going to have less money. And so simply having that, anyways, I put forward the motion. You guys know my logic. Anybody else have comments before we vote? Okay, let's take a vote and see if anyone's interested in passing with the friendly amendment, which changed from the 13 down to 7 for a total of a 10% reserve. Aye. Sophia?
Aye.
Freya says aye.
I'm going to say nay. Sorry. I want to shoot for average.
Lizette?
I'm gonna say no.
Okay. Mary Beth?
Nay.
Okay. Are you guys ready to vote on the original?
Yeah.
Okay. Sophia?
Aye.
Mary Beth?
Aye.
I'm going to say no. Lizette?
Aye.
Freya?
I'm going to say no as well.
Motion passes 3-2.
If I may, I just want to point out, staff didn't do anything tonight, but recommend a policy. I think the board has bylaws that suggest that they are able to explain why they disagree. I think you had a healthy discussion.
Oh,
I'm sorry, what?
I think Sean's frozen.
yeah.
Oh,
Sorry.
You're coming back.
Can
You're
you,
back
can you
now.
hear me now? Yes.
No, we can't hear.
Okay, I just want to point out the board had dissenting opinion. That's healthy. Part of the board bylaw is that you can talk among yourselves, explain rationale. I see both sides of it. Staff have recommended what is considered slightly less than the 17% that the Legislative Analyst Office recommends. I do take the points given by Freya and by Kim. And I also take the points. This is not about winning or losing. This is about us having a policy discussion. We don't mean any harm to employees or the community or the board. We mean to uphold our duty of fiduciary responsibility and making recommendations based on best practices.
Understood. Absolutely.
And the board will retain its power to look at this policy and make decisions about how it wants to use the reserve in the future.
Thank you, Sean. Future board agenda items: approval of professional development plan, approval of COVID-19 operation plan, adoption of district budget, approval of Cabrillo Unified School District Governing Board policy updates as recommended by the California School Boards Association. Future events: June 18 is our next regular governing board meeting via teleconference at 7 p.m. And June 4th is the last day of school. So for all of the students and parents, I hope you have a wonderful summer. We will not be returning to closed session. Do I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved at midnight. Oh, it's on the dot, midnight.
Dot. Do I have a second?
Second.
Aye. Lizette.
Aye.
Mary Beth.
Aye.
Freya.
Aye.
So Sophia.
Aye.
It is unanimous. We will adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everybody.
all.
for
See you
staying
next
online.
Thank you very much.
Bye.
Bye.